The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of March 19th, 2024 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, and our clerk is on St. Thomas today, so hopefully you can hear me. Can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden. Absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion. Absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff. Present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca. Present. Senator Noble E. Francis Jr.
Here. Here.
Senator Francis Jr. Present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Here. Here.
Senator Fred Gregory. Present. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present. Present.
Senator James Sr. Present. Madam Chair, 5 present, 2 absent at roll call.
Madam Clerk, Senator Blyden Senator Blyden is present. Please mark Senator Blyden as present.
Madam Chair, 6 present, 1 absent at a roll call.
Thank you. Do you have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Letter dated March 19, 2024, addressed to Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairwoman, Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00804. There, Chairwoman Fred Gregory, I will be absent from today's Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance meeting, scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Fritz Lauret's conference room on the island of St. Croix. I am presently out of the territory attending the Absolutamente Negro AX at Cumbre Afro. Please accept my apologies for being absent. Please forward any pertinent information to my office. I would greatly appreciate your understanding. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of the correspondence, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Please mark Senator Carrion as excused absence. Could you please read today's agenda into the record?
The 35th Legislature Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance will meet on Tuesday, March 19, 2024 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz Lauret's Conference Room, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. Block 1. The committee will receive testimony from the VI Taxicab Commission on their financial operations. Invited testifier, Ms. Vernice Gumbs, Executive Director, VI Taxi Commission. Bill number 35-0207, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Part 1, adding Chapter 6A to create the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease and Diabetes Registry. Invited testifier, Ms. Jenifer O'Neill, Director of Office, Management and Budget. Block 2, Bill number 35-0246, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Promore Services, Inc. for parcels number 149-2, 159A, and 159-1 Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and parcel number 159, Remainder Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers, Ms. Lisa M. Alejandro, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. Mr. Jean Patrick Vivot, President, Proma Services, Inc. Bill number 35-0245, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority for plot number B, Lagoon Street Complex, Frederiksted Town, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of two-story building consisting collectively of 32,604 U.S. square feet or 0.6366 U.S. acre of improved land, more or less, for the operation of a community development block grant disaster relief program and for other related purposes. Invited testifiers, Ms. Lisa M. Alejandro, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, Ms. Dana Clendenin, Interim Executive Director, VI Housing Finance Authority. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As the clerk shared, today we're going to hear testimony on the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission, its financial operations. As we are all aware, when we passed the FY 2024 budget, we did not hear from the Taxi Commission, and they were not available for many reasons, and we moved the budget only with personnel included. So today we need to hear from the Taxicab Commission to determine the appropriate amounts to appropriate for the FY24 budget. Hopefully we'll hear from them today on their current revenues that they're collecting and the previous revenues that they've collected in 2023 to support their requests for their budget. We'll also hear in this block, Bill number 35-0207, and that measure is to create the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease and Diabetes Registry. And the purpose of hearing this particular measure in this committee, this was passed in the Health and Human Services Committee a few weeks ago. However, there is a $250,000 appropriation request attached to this measure, which requires discussion in the Committee on Finance. So hence the reason why the two measures are, the update as well as this particular measure is included in the conversation. They should be pretty straightforward. And then later on this afternoon, we will hear the two leases that were shared earlier, one for a business and the other for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. So we look forward to having the discussion today on those two leases. We are prepared and ready to proceed with today's meeting. We're going to ask the testifiers to put their names and titles on the record. And we will begin with the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission.
Good morning, Vernice M. Gumbs, Executive Director of the Taxicab Commission.
Good morning. And we'll also, I see that Director O'Neill is not here, but she sent a representative. Please put your name and title on the record.
Good morning, Shanice Emanuel, Acting Associate Director, Budget Operations.
Shanice or Shanika?
Shanisa.
Shanisa. Emmanuel. All right, good morning. Okay, so Director Gumbs, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance, other members and staff of the 35th Legislature, listening and viewing audience. My name is Vernice M. Gumbs, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission. At this point, let me apologize. I thought the board was invited, so in my testimony, I had that they would be present with me this morning.
Let me just interject there. So you're the executive director for the Taxicab Commission. Once you receive these correspondence, you share with your board, and they determine if they will show up. I mean, I don't know what communications you have with them, but for budgetary purposes, you are the executive director. If you choose to share that with them, you know, as far as your internal operations are concerned, we are not in charge of that.
So I did send out the invitation, but I
Okay.
know in the past they would get a separate invitation inviting them to come and be a part of.
But you shared with them that?
I did.
Okay, you may proceed.
I am here today to support the Taxicab Commission's proposed budget for FY 2024. The budget supports the agency's strategy. I will highlight some of our goals that will not only demonstrate our commitment to delivering real value, but also emphasize our dedication to serving our stakeholders diligently. Our goal is to consistently meet and surpass stakeholders' expectations and to ensure that our services remain in alignment with their evolving needs. The Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission is established as a semi-autonomous agency of the Government of the Virgin Islands and comprised of 9 members appointed by the Governor with the advice and consent of the Legislature. The Commission is charged with the responsibility for the continuance, further development, and improvement of the automobile for hire industry within the territory and the overall regulation of the automobile for hire industry. Our strategy is to improve the efficiency and productivity of the Commission, enhance the customer experience, and improve communications and collaborations. I will achieve this by transforming our manual pen and paper operations into an electronic management system that would allow digital storage, collection, and verification of records. Our strategy envisions a future for the automobile for hire industry that encompasses the following objectives: supporting the development of new ideas and a good and efficient service for passengers, safeguarding and preserving medallion owners and taxi drivers' interests in the industry, implementing the necessary organizational changes to deliver the desired improvements in customer service, introduction of a 24-hour customer service number for compliments and complaints, improve the complaints process for TCC staff to respond to complaints in a timely manner. Public transportation is an essential activity that creates new jobs through its functioning, such as taxicab drivers, office workers, maintenance support, and more. It is a catalyst for economic growth, attracting development and increasing values. It's an innovation that benefits all Virgin Islands, whether we use it or not. The most immediate goal of the Commission is to launch a digital transformation of its paper legacy records into an electronic management system that allows digital storage, collection, and verification of records. To fully automate its internal processes with the implementation of a web-based solution that will provide our employees and stakeholders with the ability to conduct business remotely, efficiently, and effectively by renewing business licenses, making payments, and interfacing with a website that would provide up-to-date information regarding the automobile for hire industry. However, we would need funding in the amount of $479,486.35 to make this project a reality. Focusing and encouraging our operators to use electronic payment systems for the convenience of their passengers and, more importantly, for their safety and well-being. The life they save may be their own. Challenges. The lack of reliable technological infrastructure, including but not limited to internet services that would allow our operations to function efficiently and effectively territory-wide. 2, Section 2 of Act Number 7451 removed limousines from under the jurisdiction of the Taxicab Commission and placed them under the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. In fact, the same act states that limousines are not automobiles for hire. So if they are not automobiles for hire, exactly what services are limousines providing? Plan of action. The board is currently working on existing TCC rules and regulations and is omitting what is outdated and updating to include what will bring us current to today's standards. The board anticipates that it will resume taxi training and license program by early summer. B, 7 personnel request forms have been completed and forwarded to OMB for review and approval to fill the following vacant positions: the Executive Assistant Director, Fiscal Officer, Human Resources Coordinator, Chief Enforcement Officer, 2 taxi inspectors for the island of St. Croix, and 1 taxi inspector for the island of St. Thomas, the islands of St. Thomas, St. John, and an administrative secretary for the St. Thomas, St. John. Budget overview. The Commission's budget recommendation for FY24 is $1,506,900.35. The recommendation supports the following: personnel services at $627,307, fringe benefits at $277,961, supplies at $8,500. Other services and charges to include TCC's digitization project at $1,488,762.35. The proposed budget considers the overall needs and goals of the agency, ensuring further development and improvement of the automobile for hire industry. Taxi License Fund. The Commission requests $627,307 in personnel services, $277,961 in fringe benefits to fund 7 positions. 7 positions were filled, 1 exempt and 6 classified non-union. 5 positions were vacant, 3 exempt, 2 classified non-union, and 1 new exempt position added. TCC's vacancies includes an assistant executive director, physical officer / human resources coordinator, which is a new position, the chief enforcement officer, the administrative enforcement officer, and 2 taxi inspectors. Exhibit 1 outlines personnel services and fringe benefits. Classified employee salaries, $291,640. Unclassified employee salaries, $205,500. Overtime salaries at $0. Total personnel services, $627,307. Employer contribution retire, $110,953. FICA, $37,157. Medicare, $8,835. Health insurance premium, $119,508. Workers' comp premiums, $1,508. Total fringe benefits, $277,961. TCC requests $8,500 for supplies, plus an additional $479,486.35 to support the digitization transformation of the Commission and the purchase of other related supplies in support of the ongoing operations of the Commission. Supplies, Exhibit 2, office supplies, $1,500. Operating supplies, $1,500. Small tools and minor equipment, $2,000. All other, $3,500. Total supplies, $8,500. Other services and charges, professional services, $60,000. Communications, $500. Travel, $2,000. Transportation, not travel, $1,657. Advertising and promotion, $1,000. Printing and binding, $5,000. Of land and building. Automotive repairs and maintenance, $1,000. All other, $15,000. Total other services and charges, $104,008. TCC digitization project, $479,486.35 for a combined total of $583,494.35. Exhibit 3, total revenues collected on the island of St. Croix, totals $23,082, which is Exhibit 4. Exhibit 5 is our total medallions in circulation. 18 medallions. St. Thomas, 1,279 medallions, and St. John, 167 medallions. Fiscal year 2024 and beyond, TCC continues to emphasize the importance of transforming its paper legacy records into an electronic management system. An electronic management system will also improve TCC's effectiveness in serving the public by providing digital storage, collection, and verification of records. My goal is to fully automate the internal processes with the implementation of a web-based solution which will provide our employees and stakeholders with the ability to efficiently and effectively conduct business remotely. Users of the system will be able to renew business licenses, make payments, and interface with a website that would provide up-to-date information regarding the automobile for hire industry. In concluding, I would like to thank TCC staff, the Office of the Governor, the Department of Finance, who has been and continues to assist us, our OMB budget analysts, TCC board members, and our taxi industry operators for ensuring that we are here today working on behalf of the automobile industry. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Gumbs. Who speaks to bill number 35 dash, the bill is loud. Who speaks to bill number 35-0207? Senator Fonseca, you recognize.
Yes, pleasant good morning to the listening audience, and a special greetings to the testifiers. And we give thanks and praises to the Most High, blessings, and thank you so kindly for the time. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, bill number 35-207, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Part 1, Chapter 6A to create the Territorial Chronic Disease and Diabetes Register. You know, our Madam Chairman of this committee constantly reminds us that what gets measured gets monitored. And we've put together some monitoring and some measuring, and based on a private consultant that works in the territory, there are about 14.9% of the population that's affected with diabetes. That's about 12,000 people. And diabetes affects females more than males, and blacks and non-Hispanics have the highest rates. Diabetes also affects the poorest sector in our population, and it also affects the households with lower income. The numbers in this community, Madam Chair, shows that they are rising. It was 10,400 in 2021. It's now up to 11,791. It's almost 12,000. And these are the figures that are reliable figures that I'm getting directly from what the Commissioner of Health has put together. So Health is saying it's about 11,791. The private is saying is about a little bit more than 12,000. We average them together, and there's about 12,000 people with diabetes in our community. In addition, the pre-diabetes is also rising. It was 9,000, is now up to 10,278. So when you add them up, this is about 23,000 people in our populations that's affected with diabetes and pre-diabetes. Madam Chair, in addition, this bill speaks to the kidney register. And right now, there are 219 patients in hemodialysis kidney treatment. Those are persons that have total kidney failure. As you know, St. Thomas has 126, in Croix there are 93. But diabetes also leads to eye problems. People develop eye diseases which affect their eyesight. It leads to foot problems. It's very serious. It leads to amputations if untreated. Diabetes damages your arteries, and that leads to heart attack and stroke. That high blood sugar damages your blood vessels. Of course, it leads to kidney problems. Diabetes is the #1 cause of kidney problems. It leads to nerve damage, gum diseases. It also it contributes to related conditions like cancer. And then another little thing too, it also leads to a little sexual problem in male and female. So when you add this up, Madam Chair, we are looking for $250,000 for the initial setup and $175,000 annually. Colleagues and Madam Chair, thank you very much for the time, and I appreciate and I solicit your support on this bill number 35-0207. Thank you very much for your time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. And just to reiterate, again, this bill actually passed already the Committee on Health and Hospitals, and it's sitting in the Finance Committee for the appropriation that's attached to it, which is the $250,000. So I'm going to ask the Associate Director representing the Director of OMB today, Ms. Shanicia Emmanuel, to please read your testimony into the record. Thank you.
Good day, Chairperson Donna Fred Gregory, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other senators of the 45th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Shanice Emmanuel, Acting Associate Director of Budget Operations for the Office of Management and Budget. I appear on behalf of Ms. Jenifer C. O'Neill, Director of Office of Management and Budget. I will read the prepared statement, which is pursuant to your invitation to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0207, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Part 1, adding Chapter 6A to create the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease and Diabetes Registry. This legislation is crucial for addressing the growing health challenges posed by chronic kidney disease and diabetes in our community. By creating a registry, we can collect vital data to better understand the prevalence, risk factors, and outcomes associated with the conditions, ultimately leading to improved public health interventions and policies. However, I must express my concerns regarding the appropriation of funds from this year's Fiscal General Fund for implementation of the registry. Given the current financial constraints by our government, allocating funds without a clear budgetary plan is imprudent. It is essential to ensure that adequate resources are available to support the operational needs of the registry, including data collection, analysis, and dissemination without compromising other essential services and programs. Moreover, without a dedicated funding source, there is a risk that the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease and Diabetes Registry may struggle to fulfill its intended purpose effectively. Sustainably, funding mechanisms must be identified to ensure the long-term viability and success of this initiative. I urge the legislature to explore alternate funding sources, such as federal grants or public-private partnerships, to support the ongoing operations of the registry. In the event that there are no alternate financial sources and the general fund appropriation is required, I implore the legislature to consider the option of making the appropriation available until December 31st, 2024, rather than making it available until expended. In conclusion, while I fully support the establishment of the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease and Diabetes Registry as a vital step towards addressing public health challenges in our community, I urge lawmakers to reconsider the appropriation of funds from this year's general fund without a sustainable budgetary plan. It is imperative to prioritize fiscal responsibility while ensuring the necessary resources are available to support the effective implementation and operation of the registry. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to give testimony on Bill 35-0207. I remain available to answer any questions that the members of this body may have relative to the statement of Director C. O'Neill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Emmanuel, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go, because we have two matters before us, we're going to do a 5-minute round. And I just have to ask quickly, Ms. Emmanuel, you urged the legislature to explore alternative funding sources such as federal grants or public-private partnerships to support the ongoing operations of the registry. I know that you're reading this testimony on behalf of the OMB director, but I want to make sure that you also understand, as a young woman entering into government, that the legislature does not enter into public-private partnerships. That's a responsibility of the government of the Virgin Islands executive branch, and we do not seek out federal funds. So as this measure moves, the expectation is that the executive branch will come up with innovative ways to fund the registry, which is very important to our community. We know that our community is a community of high-risk individuals, so our responsibility is to ensure that we are able to align the resources, move the legislation, and the people that are on the ground working, align the resources to get the work done. So as we move this, I think there is some alternatives as to how we can fund this and address the concerns that the OMB director shared with us today. But to say that legislation like this we need to sidestep on, I think it'd be very irresponsible of us as leaders in the territory. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Marvin Blyden. You may proceed, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewing and listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Director Gumbs, and thank you for your testimony. But before I go into my line of questioning, let me ask you, in respect to your testimony, it has here, interim chairperson of the board, Elizabeth Hanson-Watley. What's the status of the board chair?
The board chair resigned and remains a member on the board. My understanding is that correspondence was shared with Senate President Francis regarding the same.
Okay, very well. When was the last board meeting held for the?
The last board meeting
Yes.
was held about roughly 3 weeks ago. I know that the board met.
Okay,
I was not a part because I had another meeting that was conflicting.
Okay, very well. I wanted to get that clear. Let me ask you though, in respect to your testimony, page 7, on the revenues collected by island, you have 23,000 for St. Croix and nothing for St. Thomas, St. John.
That's correct, because when I asked the cashier, the collection clerk, to assist me, she refused, and it's a manual process. She not only refused, but she left and went home for the day, feeling sick. So it was just much too much, and it's only one admin person that I have on the island of St. Thomas.
See, and I think that's unacceptable. We have major challenges, especially with that industry, and it continues. How long have you been on board?
April will make 2 years.
2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are still at this time and date with these type of challenges for such an important industry in our territory. What's the status of the toner, ink, and printer of taxi drivers in respect to the documents when they come to get the documents to the department? What's the status?
The toner was ordered through Universal Business Supplies, and it's been a glitch in the shipping, so we're still awaiting, and hopefully we should have it by the end of this week.
The end of this week?
Yes, however, creative and being innovative with my ideas, I have been able to, ensure that we keep moving the process forward.
And what's the status of depositing and recording in terms of receipts from the drivers and other individuals to the department? What's going on in that space in terms of deposits and receipts?
So deposits are being made daily. In terms of receipts, we have the and manpower to upload those documents that is required to support the postings in the ERP system before the monies collected can hit the account, the license and fund account, that is.
Ms. Gumbs, Director Gumbs, it's troubling to me, honestly, it really is, because we know St. Thomas and St. John have the bulk of taxi drivers, and that's where most of the revenues should be coming from. But to date, there is no posting. And
to date, I have an unofficial summary from the Department of Treasury that reflects deposits into our system for the FY 2024 in the amount of $211,838.37.
Unofficially, $211,000?
Yes.
And you spoke to the challenges in terms of staffing. I know in your testimony you spoke to onboarding individuals. They are going through a process. Where are we at? What's the timeline in that respect?
So
30
the
seconds.
PRFs was sent through to OMB, and once all of that is approved and ready to go, the next step is to post those openings.
And did you get a timeline from them as to when to expect that process to be completed?
The processing of the PRFs? No, but I anticipate within 4 to 6 weeks.
4 to 6 weeks.
I anticipate.
Time.
Director Gumbs, honestly, I'm honestly disappointed with what I'm hearing, but nonetheless, I will digress and I'll, we have a next round, Madam Chair? I'll come back on the next round. Thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bladen. The PRFs that you are referencing, they are for what positions?
The executive assistant director, the 2 officers for the island of St. Croix, 1 for the island of St. Thomas, an admin secretary, and a fiscal officer / HR coordinator.
So you submitted PRFs to the Office of Management and Budget to fill how many positions?
I think it's six.
To fill
Six or seven positions.
6 positions. And do you
7.
have the appropriate budget for that? You don't. We passed, so just for the public consumption, and this is why we have financial trouble in our government, okay? Because it is clear that once we do our work in this institution, everybody else will do what they want. So we passed a budget for the Taxicab Commission for, you know the number? Tell us the number. Bill number 35, that's 0200.
274.
No, it's more than
That comes, it's 63. No, I was doing it based on the breakout.
Bill number 35, that's 0162, says the following sum thereof as may be necessary is appropriated out of the available funds in a taxi licensure fund to the Virgin Islands Taxi Commission for fiscal year. Oh, before I move forward, let me just recognize my colleagues that are here that are not members of this committee. I apologize. Senator Carla J. Joseph, and I believe I saw Senator Milton Potter. Good morning, colleagues, and thank you for being here. My apologies. And how could I forget that he right here would be, and I don't talk to him, and Senator Franklin J. Johnson. 1 second. So let's go back to this discussion. Ms. Gumbs, you understand budgeting, correct? So the legislature appropriated out of the available funds in the taxi licensure fund to the Virgin Islands Taxi Commission for fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, $374,000. What is the amount of the positions that you sent down to the Office of Management and Budget for a PRF? Associated with a PRF?
Actually, the amount that it was sent down would be for FY25, and that amount,
25? You asked for a PRF. A PRF is what is a PRF?
the personnel requisition form
And what is the purpose of it?
to hire.
To fill positions.
Exactly.
So
So those that were sent down is actually for FY 2025.
But Ms. Gumbs, help me to understand your rationale for sending down positions for 25 that hasn't even been funded or appropriated.
So
So how is the OMB director, what authority does the OMB director have to sign off on those PRFs saying yes, that these positions are approved without an appropriate budget, approved budget by this institution?
So Senator Vernice M. Gumbs, Executive Director for the Taxicab Commission. In the planning process to prepare for FY 2025 and the preparation of a personnel listing, those positions were sent down and budgeted based on the FY 24 budget that was appropriated.
No, they were not. The total vacancies that you have, I mean, the total budgeted positions, well, not budgeted, the total positions that you have in your institution, the organization is about 609,000. And then you have fringe of 277 for a total of 887. But in FY24, the legislature only funded the positions that were filled.
That's correct.
Okay.
So when this budget was initially prepared,
Are we
it was
talking about 2020? Listen, you're here today to discuss 2024. So I don't want us to confuse and conflate the issue. We're here to discuss 2024. So the PRFs, I'm not sure why you felt it prudent to share with my colleague that you have PRFs sitting in OMB, because if you say that, then it says to us that you expect those positions to be filled. And I'm saying you do not have the adequate resources to fill those positions. I'm going to move on to the next senator. But this is exactly why we continue to be challenged with the Taxi Commission because of this type of information. Then there was something else that you said to my colleague when he asked the question, and I intentionally did not open up the conversation by saying anything and allow the senators to speak, because you said that when you asked your employee to provide you with numbers, the data, the employee refused. This is my concern. When did fiscal year FY 2023 start?
Started October 1
Okay, and what month are we
to
in?
September.
It started October 1. So we are in what quarter of fiscal year 24?
Second quarter.
We are in the second quarter. So we're in the second quarter, and because you are coming before the legislature, you are asking your employee for the information as it relates to the collections for the fiscal year. That's information you should have. Where is the first quarter collections data? You're asking us for $1.something million, and you don't have the collections data. That's something that you should be managing. That employee should be giving you those receipts at the end of every day, and there should be some level of reconciliation between you and that employee at least once a week in order for us to ensure that the dollars that our taxi drivers are in fact paying into the commission is actually being used for its intended purpose. And by your own admission, you can't tell us what those taxi drivers paid for the fiscal year of 2023 to date. But you are here before us asking us for a $1.2 million budget. I don't understand how those things are aligned. There must be some level of accountability in the work that we do. So I'm challenged by this, very challenged by this. So we are actually vindicated by the appropriation that we gave you, because you still came before us today without information that we needed. And I think that we asked you, I know that we asked you for the FY 2023 collections. Do you have that information today?
I have unofficial records, the FY 2023 as of June was $229,615.20.
As of June.
Right.
And
Then
so the other July, August, September, the last quarter, you don't have that information?
Point of information.
Yeah, this is very difficult, you know. I'm going to go to the next senator. I think I'm hearing a point of information from Senator Joseph, and then I'm going to go to the next senator. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good day to everyone. Madam Chair, I am very troubled by this presentation today. I'm not a member of this committee. I cannot vote on it, but it's deeply troubling how this information is coming before us. It's leaves to grave concern regarding the operation and the management of the commission. I want to ask you, Director Vernice Gumbs, kindly indicate to us, if it was mentioned before, I may not have been here, was this budget and sent to your board, and did they approve it that you're presenting to us today?
I shared the information, but in terms of it being approved.
Was it approved?
No, it was not approved.
Okay, thank you kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. We're going to now move on to Senator Novalee Francis Jr. You're recognized for your 5 minutes, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. You know, the taxi industry is very, very important to this community, and we continue to see a level of dysfunction to what's happening over at the taxi industry, and I certainly don't want to be complicit to that dysfunction. Ms. Gumbs, is there an expectation that there should be some return on investment when you look at the amount of revenues that you're collecting and the amount of money that you're asking for your operations? They don't jive. Don't you believe that there should be some level of return on investment?
Yes, they should be, Senator.
When was the last, well, first of all, have you completed and developed your rules and regulations?
It has not been completed, but I know that we are working on it. We, to include the board members, are working on it.
And I think that this might be your fourth time coming before this body of recent, and each and every time I ask that very same question we hear that is being worked on. When are we going to see this rules and regulations completed?
I can't give a definitive answer because it is in fact the board responsibility with my input to put it together. I know one of the challenges is not having all the members responding or coming together to work on it.
When was the last meeting that you have had with the administration in respect to what's happening with the board as well as your office?
The last meeting, I have met with some members of the administration, and they too have been assisting us with, one, the rules and regs to ensure that we can get the language and get it out post haste. They have been assisting us in getting, trying to get the manpower necessary to upload so that we can have the numbers that would project the financial health of the commission.
So you have discussed with them the challenges that you're experiencing at your office right now?
Yes, I have.
And what is the short-term remedy to that situation?
Short-term remedy is for us to get some help from some of the Department of Finance staff and some from the Office of the Governor to assist us with ensuring we can get the necessary receipts and deposits inputted so that we can know what our collections, our daily collections are.
Okay, I just dropping short of not being offensive, I just really want to say that we need to close the loop on this and these issues and these challenges. And I will certainly, pen a letter or ask that the administration really prioritize this particular issue, because this body, when we step in and take certain action, we end up in court. And when we end up in court, we're spending the people's money that should be put towards these agencies being able to be functional. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time in that particular issue. Real quickly, I want to go to, and again, I am very much in support of the diabetes and the kidney registry, and I'm concerned that we're being asked to look at other federal funds to do this. What is the cost of life? What are we going to spend to, health is wealth, and we spend money for all kind of other things, and I think it's important that we come up with the funding that's going to be required for us to be able to collect the data, mine the data, and be able to analyze the data as it pertains to diabetes and renal failure that we are seeing in this community. And as a matter of fact, I do have an amendment as well to look at stroke. We have all of these health issues in this community, and when we ask for the information, there's no information. And then we'll talk about money. If we don't have a healthy community, if we're not able to collect the data to be able to determine the environmental impact and everything else that's happening in terms of our health, how are we going to be able to address the health issues that we're seeing in this community? $250,000 is peanuts in the grand scheme of things in regards to what we're seeing here. So, while we're being asked to look at federal and look at all of these other areas, Ms. Emmanuel, do you have any recommendation of any federal monies that may be available to support and assist in this registry?
Shanisa Emmanuel. Unfortunately, at this time, I don't have a response to that question. I will have to take that question to the federal grants manager and have an answer provided through Director O'Neill. Thanks.
Very well. Well, you were sent down here and it was asked for us to look at federal money, so I was hoping that there will be some recommendation in regards to that. My time has been called. Again, I'm very much in support of this registry, and I will be voting in the affirmative at the appropriate time for it. And we do have a responsibility to make sure that we continue to move our budget accordingly and funding in support of revenues that's coming in. But I see this as a no-brainer and certainly something that we need to support. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I think I'm going to start off right where the last senators dropped off. We spent $1.5 million for festival. We're going to spend $1.5 million for carnival. We're going to spend $1 million for celebration. And I don't have a problem with that. But don't tell me we're not going to find $200,000 for our health. It's unacceptable. I'm not a voting member, but for sure when it comes out of this committee, which I'm quite sure it will, and it reaches the rules, I will be in the supportive. We just can't do that. It's unacceptable. I cannot see we talking about $200,000 and in regards to our health and having this registry so we could monitor what's going on in this territory when it comes to our health, but we're going to party. We're going to party big. So at the appropriate time when it reaches our committee that I'm involved in, which is rules, I will definitely be supporting. Good morning, dear Ms. Director. I am here and I don't know what words to even use, Ms. Gumbs, because you came here and you're asking for $1 million, but you can't even tell me what you're collecting. And that's a bad taste. You should be able to say to us, we have been proved, we have been collecting our monies, we have X amount, and talk about $23,000 alone from St. Croix. You have 1,273 medallions on the island of St. Thomas, and you can't tell me you got $1. Who supervised this employee that told you that she was going homesick? Who is our immediate supervisor?
I am Vernice Gumbs, Executive Director of the Taxicab Commission. I am Senator, and that employee would be addressed. I did not focus on, I started a draft, but that employee actions will be taken against that employee in that regard.
When did you and her had this conversation?
Yesterday.
Well, I mean, you were coming to the Finance Committee how long?
So, Senator, again, each month, each employee is required to submit.
Slow up a minute with me. When were you notified that you was coming to the Finance Committee to testify?
1 week ago.
A week ago. You waited till yesterday to speak to the employee in regards to the collection.
Not necessarily, Senator, because by the 1st of each month, with a reminder again, that monthly reports are due. Monthly reports capture this information that was being requested. So again, just continuously every month.
So January you did not receive a report from her?
Correct.
February you did not receive a report from her? And you waited till when you come into the legislature to now ask her?
No, Senator, what do you do with employees when you have no staff? You don't have.
You have to put pen to paper.
And pen and paper has been going out and will continue to go out until such time and with a recommendation to the board for further action.
Can I ask you, why were the training and licensing program halted? Why was that halted?
Because we could not demonstrate how the money's collected and how it's being spent.
Wow. How many license applications do you have pending at this moment?
How many license applications?
You have pending?
I don't have any license applications because I have not been collecting. Seven applicants who had paid their monies during the time that classes were being offered and were not given an opportunity to take that class. Now, I've had a number of persons that have called the office inquiring about as to when the classes will in fact resume.
And who provides the training for these operators?
The training is done through the University of the Virgin Islands CEL program.
And the university is not cooperating with you guys to provide the training?
I didn't understand that question. Can you repeat the question?
The university is not cooperating with you guys to provide the training?
Yes, they are. The University of the Virgin Islands is Dr. Susan McGrath and Commissioner Bushelty and his team from the Department of Tourism. What is needed here to tie it all together is the rules and regs from the Taxicab Commission end, so that when the applicants are in class and they finish the class, that they would have a copy of the rules and regs that speaks to the industry, what is expected of them and what is not. So in the event of them being pulled over or is challenged in court, that they would have this documentation.
This doesn't sit well. It doesn't look good. It really is an insult to the Taxicab Commission and to you as a leader. It really is an insult. It doesn't look good. And every time you guys come in front of us, we're not getting the information that's solid for us to make solid decisions either. But yet, we got to find $1 million to give.
I know the chief legal counsel from Government House have also been assisting us with putting these rules and regs and giving us directions and tips and bits into getting it together. So
people helping and nothing ain't finishing ain't making no sense. It doesn't add up. People are being paid high salaries. If you're going to tell me that legal counsel of Government House is helping you and you can't complete this, then what are we saying? What are we doing? Madam Chair, thank you very much. Because this ain't adding up for me at all. It really isn't. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Let's go back to Senator Johnson's conversation. How many taxi drivers, taxi medallions you have issued in the St. Thomas, St. John district?
I have issued 4.
No. What's the aggregate amount? Aggregate amount of taxi medallions that we have in St. Thomas, St. John? Total. 12,079?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
1,279 medallions in the St. Thomas district.
And how much?
And in St. John, 167.
167, right?
Yes.
And of how much, what is the renewal fee annually for those?
$130.
$130. So I'm going to ask you, how much, $130 per each medallion, correct? And how much are you supposed to calculate annually, receive annually from that?
$22,989.
How much?
$22,989.
You sure? 22,000.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're right.
100.
No, you're right. You're right. $22,989,000, correct? And what my difficulty is with the conversation that we're having, you closed out fiscal year 2023, correct? And in closing out fiscal year 2023 as the executive director of the Taxicab Commission, you're unable to tell us how much money you generated in FY23? You can't, because you cannot only look at the unaudited numbers that you receive from the Department of Finance. You have a responsibility, because you made reference to that employee, but the employee that you're referencing, they have a document that they don't fill out when they receive the money from the taxi drivers, correct? Okay, so when they receive that, you don't go back and run a tape, make sure a tape is run and you reconcile that and record that information?
So I have been running a spreadsheet, trying to keep up with a spreadsheet and inputting those receipts into this spreadsheet. And however, on days when I am,
Yes or no? What you
Yes.
do, what you do internally?
yes, I
So then why is it that you can't tell us what your final number was as far as what you received? These people give you their money. They have to know that their money is going into the system appropriately. Why is it that you as the executive director cannot tell us today how much money you collected in FY 2023 from the taxi drivers in fees, in late fees, all of those other things? You have to have that information.
So what ended up happening, Senator, if I may, while the collections are taking place and it's not actually inputted regularly into the system, it's not a matter of that it's not there, but it's a matter of the challenges that we tend to
But you
have with
listen
our...
to me,
with our-
you're not, first of all, let's go back a quick second. The calculation that when I said that you were right, you're actually not correct. I went back and looked at it. It was $187,980.
Yes.
Okay, that's the correct number, $187,980. That's how much you should have collected on the base alone, just on the base. But that's information that you should have in your head, or you should have here on your paper. I'm not understanding what you're saying to me. If I have an employee that's responsible for collecting funds, they have to provide those receipts, run a tape, bring the documentation, and we have a spreadsheet. What is your challenge with providing that information? There's no process, there's no procedure internally that can prevent you as the director from having that information. There's like zero excuse on this. Zero, whether it's manual, whether it's electronic. You have a responsibility to ensure that, are you bonded?
Yes.
Is your employee bonded?
Yes.
And that's my point. So y'all are bonded. You have a responsibility to ensure, look, I am the person that they hired and entrusted me in receiving these funds from the taxi drivers. These people hard-earned money. And you come here today again, and you cannot say to us, what did you receive? What did you collect? There's a difference between what you see in the financial management system and what you collect. Your job is to reconcile that to make sure that what your employee inputted in the system is in fact what you're seeing on the financial management system. You can't tell me today that you are looking at, I don't know what you call it. You call it unaudited. I don't know what you call the number. Unofficial number. Where's your reconciliation? What is your role? What is your understanding of your role in this in this unit? That is very troubling. It's very troubling. I'm not sure. Tell me what your understanding of your role is, and why is it that you are unable to get that information and have it, even if it's unreconciled. I would have been able to go back and say, listen, finance missed this, missed this deposit, or they missed that deposit. You have proof of the deposit? No?
So yes, you are correct, Senator, and it is a spreadsheet like I alluded to earlier that I have been running. Now, in terms
Where's
of...
the number?
And that's the problem, because I could not get all my information printed out, is what I started to say to you. I do have an unofficial, and I provided a spreadsheet of a similar nature to you, I think, mid-summer last year when I came before this body to present and could not speak. And of course, you did in fact share at that time. It is in fact unofficial, and you had to go with a record
Ms.
at the
Gumbs,
official document.
You're coming before the legislature, you're coming here asking for money, and I'm not sure what you expect this institution to do today. You have not given us the information. You tell us things can't print out all kind of story. That does not make any sense. It is clear to me, if nobody else got it today, Taxicab Commission need a Inspector General audit. It need to come. I know they had one before, but they need a specific audit around this situation because we continue to get the runaround as senators.
And we have an active, the audit is in fact active, and they have been, they're currently sitting in our St. Croix office today.
Anyway, I go move on to the next senator. It's $166,279. Even if you don't have your actual numbers, you should be able, not 166, 187,980. You should be able to give us preliminary numbers. So then it says to us that you are not watching. Wait, there's the hen house? You ain't watching the house. That is very concerning. When these people come with their hard-earned money, at minimum, when you come before the institution, you should be able to tell us what you've collected. And you have not been able to provide us that information. But we send on PRFs to hire people, and we're not generating any revenues. I don't know if revenues, the only way you could pay bills is if you get cash. That's how it works. There's no other way. Senator James Jr., Senior, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Director, you said your goal is to fully automate the internal processes with the implementation of a web-based solution which will provide your employees and stakeholders with the ability to conduct business remotely. But yet you went on to say that one of your challenges is the lack of reliable technological infrastructure, including but not limited to internet services. Explain that one to me.
So the current internet services that we have challenges.
What are the challenges?
We get our internet services through our landlord, property, and procurement, who is at an advanced stage with their technology. And what ends up happening is that we get kicked out very frequently.
So what are you doing to correct that?
That's why I'm asking for the funding.
So you can't, okay, so you already found out how much you need? How much you need?
400 and, look for that number.
Because we're talking about simple,
479,800.
hold on, we're talking about simple internet. Simple internet.
So the simple internet and Wi-Fi that we have fluctuates, the fluctuation is very frequent.
And how long this been going on?
I'm there almost 2 years, and I met it like that.
How many years?
At least, I'm going to speak for since I got there almost 2 years. I don't know how it was before that.
And that's unacceptable. I would have already found something else to do. Because we're talking about simple internet, just to check your emails and do basic work. Colleagues, this is, and we speak about digitizing government. I'm not blaming anyone, but you have to take responsibility for that.
So BIT is always there trying to assist us, but these are things that we need. It's only so much BIT could do for us.
All right, buddy. If I want internet, I go into Via, and I start in a simple account.
But if we don't have no funding, Senator.
Hold on. Understand, hey, hold on. Find the cheapest account. Find the cheapest plan and start with that. And if you tell me you can't do that within 2 years, with all due respect, you don't want me to be here. It sounds crazy, but it's internet we're talking about. Internet. I have internet on my phone. You can have my Wi-Fi hotspot. Listen to me, we in trouble. but it is what it is, you know, because I see here you have a budget for $500 for communications, assuming that's the internet?
If you're assuming that's the internet?
Yes.
That's part of it.
Are you telling your buddy? $500. All right, so you went on to speak about your 24-hour customer service number. How is that coming along? You already have the funds to purchase it, or that's added to the wish list?
That's added to the wish list, Senator.
Okay. So in absence of that wish list, things that you're currently working on that will move the Taxicab Commission one step further to your ultimate goal, what are you doing right now? Because you mentioned you're supporting the development of new ideas and good and efficient service for passengers. So explain to me, that's very vague. What are the new ideas?
So the new ideas, is for us to be able to be more visible, to be more aggressive out there.
More visible in what sense? Because you have a lot of visibility right now and it's not looking good in front of the TV.
It's not just about being just visible for being visible. What we need to have is we are visible, but when you look at how our operators, most of them now, they dress, their customer service skills are not up to par.
Okay, we're going to stop right there. We're talking about voice. Now, unless you fix that, okay? You get to your team and fix that. I will say this right now. For the $250,000, good thing, we are the one who control the power strings. If the person veto it, we have the power to override, but I am in support of the legislation when it comes to bill number 35-0207. As far as the director, I wish you the best. God bless the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I always like to make sure I correct the record because we have to acknowledge when we are not doing what we're supposed to do. I continue to hear we can't do it because we don't have funding. Did you have funding in 2023?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so based on the senator's question, why didn't you address the internet issue? The funding issue came because of the conversation that we're having today. We still can't get any answers from you. We supposed to just say, hey, take? That ain't how it'll work. Our job is to account for the people's money. So, well, how long have you been on the job? What fiscal year did you start?
22.
22. But it's okay for you to full-mouthedly say today to my colleague, my millennial colleague over here, that you were not able to address the internet issue because you didn't have funding. In FY 2022, I think your budget was $1,027,000. In FY 23, $1,027,000. So you can't use funding as an excuse. That's not the reason. I don't know what the reason is. I do not know what's going on in the Taxicab Commission. However, the conversation that we've been having with the Taxicab Commission is frustrating. And it continues to be frustrating, and it does not seem like anyone who's responsible, whether it be the chair of the board or the chief executive of this territory, is interested in addressing a major industry that we have in the territory that is part of our bread and butter. It's like this issue just going on, and now we discussing this from last summer coming again. Are we still in the same place? It's not acceptable. And I pray that folks are listening who has the ability to make change on this, because we cannot continue to have this conversation. And I don't know that any of us in here are willing to move the needle based on the discussion that we're having today. You know, you don't reward bad behavior and just give away the people money like we could do what we want. That's not how it works. I'm not sure what's happening here. I just don't know. I really expected to get more concrete information. We allowed you. You were allowed 6 months, and we're still here. I don't know what to say.
Senator, if I may, for those two, FY22 and FY23, with the budget that was appropriated for those years, a greater percentage of those budget were taken up in salaries and fringe benefits, with one the executive orders for increases that were not initially budgeted in that, and for the outstanding bills to include the rent, which were not paid from back in
Thank you.
2016.
Thank you for your response. That's exactly it. So we set our priorities, and then we come back to the legislature and say, this isn't happening and that's not happening, and then everybody looks to the Senate to make the adjustment. There must be some accountability on your end. They give salary increases on this place. This shop is in a complete disarray. It's in a complete disarray. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Oh, no. I'm going to leave you for last, Senator Fonseca, because you are the sponsor of the of the bill that's also on the agenda that we're not really getting a chance to talk about. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I vote yes for Bill 35-0207, 35-0207. It's a travesty that bill mixed up with taxi, because we need a whole day to address taxi issues. But OMB, find the money. Yeah, I $25 million to pay retro, ain't get paid yet. Let's find the money. So we gonna make that happen. Ms. Gumbs, what is your budget total for 2023?
The budget total was $1,027,000.
Okay, and out of that, you had employees who were supposed to get wage increases, who were GS employees. Were they given their wage increases?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so they're now up to par. Okay, good. Now, do you have receipt books?
Yes, Senator.
All the receipt books that you have that you received, are they all accounted for?
No, Senator. There were receipts books missing for FY 22 year, 22-23.
Okay, so do you have for 23?
Yes.
23-24 budget. So
Yes.
you have all your receipts.
Yes.
And are receipts given for anything other than fees or other than money being paid?
No.
Okay. So who has possessions of those receipt books?
I do, sir. Senator.
Okay, so then all the information that's in those receipt books, can you use to determine your collections, or have you used to determine your collections thus far from 23 to 24?
Yes, I have been inputting them into our spreadsheet.
So all of that information then we can get strictly right now off the bat from your receipt books.
Yes.
As far back, how far? When would you say all the receipt books that you have, the present, how far back is that? 'Cause I know you said from 22-23 budget you didn't have you have receipt books missing.
I have all
How many receipt books?
I have all the receipt
22
books for 2023 to present. 22 have some that are missing. 21 and 22 have receipt books that are missing.
Okay, so based on just those receipt books that you have that are in your possession, you can generate all of factual documents to send to this committee, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm requesting that, one. Now, if I were to tell you your numbers for, excuse me, taxi medallions are wrong, how can you prove to tell me that you have more taxi medallions that you're collecting for? Can you prove that?
Yes, I can.
So with your 1,200 taxi medallions on the St. Thomas end, does that include the veterans taxi medallions?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so then you know how much medallions. You have a calculation
1 minute.
listing of medallions that you have that are out, and you have a listing of medallions that you have that have not been sold, or are there any new medallions to be distributed, to be sold?
Yes, Senator, I have a listing of medallions that have not been sold or have not been issued.
How many of those do you have?
In
30 seconds.
In the St. Thomas district, I have, 1 second. I don't have the numbers, Senator, right off the top, but I can look it up or I can send it back to you.
Okay, if you go get those numbers and submit it through the chair. And right now, presently in your office, what staff do you have outside of your enforcement officers? If I may wrap up, Madam Chair. Outside of your enforcement officers, what staff do you have presently on St. Thomas and St. Croix?
One collection clerk.
On St. Thomas or St. Croix?
On St. Thomas. On St. Croix, I have one admin person, an administrative secretary, who does both administrative and collections.
Okay, so, and both of them are bonded?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I just want to harken back to the bill that's before us. And, oh, I'm sorry, Senator James, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the point of information. It's a follow-up to what the previous senator mentioned about staff. And I know you mentioned there's an administration and collection person. But now that I place that on the record, my question for you, as you speak about staff, who on your team is in charge of coordinating these tests? Because it has been a while since individuals were able to take the tests to be able to become taxi drivers, specifically on St. Croix. I've been getting a lot of complaints. Who is tasked with that?
So that's a task of the board to ensure that the date has been set and that the rules and regs are in place to go. The funding was already addressed, the issue, so tourism is waiting for that. We just did an MOU.
So let me summarize by just saying, when will the next test be given? And I will end right there.
So the next class is anticipated to begin in early summer. They did not specify a specific time frame, month.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I really hope what you say is accurate, and I will just leave it right there. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. I just find that the responsibilities, are we going to check the code to make sure that we are clear on the role of this board? Because other boards, the reason why you hire an executive director is so that the executive director could feed the information up, say that we're going to do this, 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 and then the board does the approvals. What you're saying sounds like the board has a full-time employee. The board does not have a full-time employee. So we have to check the law, the code, to see exactly what the board's role is, because that response, I'm at a loss again. But let's go back to the bill. Bill number 350207. So I think the OMB director's concern is twofold. One, the challenges that we have with our revenues this year. And at some point, this committee has to regroup. We are working on the numbers to determine, what aligning the revenues for FY24 with the actual appropriations that we made for FY24. So we are feverishly working behind the scenes to get that done. But the other issue is the fact that these funds are being made available until expended. And the OMB director has shared with us on more than one occasion why that is a very dangerous thing for us to continue to do in the legislature, because that's one of the reasons why it creates a structural deficit. Because if you say it's available until expended, then the budget for that particular year does not include those funds or what's left over for that project. So I do agree with her that there must be some, some budget plan. Now, I believe that the bill speaks to over a 5-year period. 5 years? What is it, 5 years? The establishment of the, to build the project is over, I think, a 5-year window. One of the things that we could do to show that we are responsible legislators is to make some amendments to the legislation. I think the post-audit report does give some suggestions in there where we can say 50,000 for this fiscal year and every other fiscal year up to whatever that period is in the legislation. So there will be a responsibility for that appropriation annually while the registry is being built. So we would be required to appropriate those monies on an annual basis. What are your thoughts around that, Ms. Emmanuel? And then we also include that the GVI will be responsible for seeking out public-private partnerships or whatever federal funds that are available to assist with carrying out the work of this registry. What are your thoughts on this, Ms. Emmanuel?
Shanice Emmanuel. As mentioned in Director Jenifer O'Neill's testimony, we are not recommending that the appropriation be made available until expended. We are recommending that the funds, if necessary, has to come from the general fund, that it expires December 31st, 2024. With the appropriation being just $50,000, to be honest, I don't have a sustainable answer at this point.
Okay.
I will have to take that question to Director O'Neill and have her provide an answer.
Okay, I'm certain that she's listening, so she should be able to give you some feedback. But it's just a suggestion. I'm just using that number, but it's basically what will it cost to start the work this year, and as we go until the project is completed, that we appropriate those funds. So hopefully she'll be able to give you a response, but we also want to be responsible because we recognize the challenges with making these funds available until expended, and what is occurring as a result of that. That is one of the things that's creating our structural deficit, because those funds are not budgeted year on year. They're budgeted once, and then those expenses come in, and it's not against the current year's appropriations. So I understand what the OMB director is saying, and I think there is a way for us to fix this legislation that will be palatable, because the one thing that we don't want is for us to move this legislation, because once it moves out of the institution of the legislature, is signed by the governor, we have to override it whichever way. Then what happens is we appropriate the dollars, we don't release the funds. So if we want this project to really get moving, then we have to kind of do the dance and work with OMB on their recommendations that they're making. That's my strong recommendation on this. If we want to see this registry comes online. Yes, go ahead. You can proceed, Ms. Emmanuel. You wanted to say something?
Yes, Senator, the Office of Management and Budget is in agreement to ensure that an appropriation of $50,000 for the 5 years is allocated.
Okay, well, whatever that amount is, the bill sponsor will have to come up with what that calculation is over whatever that period is, but that's my recommendation as well. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to colleagues and listening audience, as well as the testifiers here before us in the chambers, as well as those, the testifier who is present in the conference room in St. Croix. I just wanted to first begin my line of questioning by comment before I begin my line of questioning by really thanking Executive Director, Ms. Vernice Gumbs, for her appearance at the town hall meeting with the taxi operators on March 8th. Ms. Gumbs, you appeared virtually, and I really appreciate it. I know in the November town hall that we held with the taxi operators, you were unable to attend, and you did attend the June town hall meeting in St. John, but you didn't have your voice then, and I'm happy to hear that you have your voice now. Now, I have some questions relative to the budget that you presented, and I'm not going to really speak on the proposal, bill number 35-0207, that is being considered in this block. I don't have a vote in this committee, but in spirit, I am in support of it. Now, I want to ask you, Director Gumbs, kindly indicate for us, on page 5, you indicated that you have some vacancies that and it says here you have what? About 7 vacancies, 7 funded vacancies. Are these vacancies, or how many vacancies do you have?
7.
7 vacancies you have. How many of these how long have these positions been vacant?
I came on board and met them vacant with the exception of the admin secretary that became vacant last July, and the officer in the St. Croix district who retired in August of 23.
Okay. So you have 7 vacant, and how many filled positions you have?
Currently, 1 in St. Croix, 3 on St. Thomas, along with myself.
Okay, because what you're saying here on page 7 is that you have 7 positions were filled, 1 exempt, and 6 classified non-union. So
Yes.
it's really based on what you have written, and what you're just representing is a bit disconcerting for me. And then you went on to say you have 5 positions were vacant, 3 of them exempt, and 2 classified non-union, and 1 new exempt position added. And so I guess I'm just not following how these positions are, but you have currently, just for clarification, you have currently 5 filled positions?
That's correct, and the other 7 positions are what is working on to be filled.
Okay, and 7. And how many of the 5 filled positions are for exempt employees?
Of the 5, 1.
Okay, and how many of the vacant positions are for exempt employees?
1 minute.
3. I'm sorry.
Okay, and
To be filled, you say?
yeah, to be filled, the vacant positions out of the 7.
4.
4 are exempt?
Yes.
Okay, my time is going. Now, you had mentioned at the town hall that your law enforcement officer has retired.
30 seconds.
Are they owed any retroactive pay, any annual leave, or the like?
No, they're not owed any retro or any of that. Everything went in for that officer.
For them to be
paid.
And to your knowledge, you have processed their NOPA, closing out their service with the government, correct? And so they should be collecting their annuity payment as a retiree, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Do you have any employees who have not received their full annual leave and are not collecting their annuity? Everybody has who have retired or may have resigned?
Yes.
Everyone is paid up to date.
No, there is one individual who retired, and there's some discrepancies with monies that was paid after their retirement. They were still collecting checks, so that issue is being addressed to be resolved.
Okay, and what is the amount?
The
Can you
amount
provide
that they
to us?
received after their retirement, I think is approximately maybe $13,000,
13,000
approximately, give or take.
After they retired. And this person, Madam Chair, I know my time has been called, but I just have one follow-up question. I don't want to abuse
You
it.
may
Just
proceed,
one.
Senator.
Thank you kindly. Now, this individual who retired, they have continued to receive the annuity payment you stated. What is being done relative to this matter?
It's trying to get to hopefully have that employee pay back those monies. They do have annual leave in the bank, which is being looked at.
What do you mean they have? No. What do you mean they have annual leave in the bank? Because I asked you
So
if you paid out annual
you
leave.
asked me for the
You
one
said yes.
that was retired, that just retired. And then you asked me about if there is any other individual who have not received, and I said yes.
Okay, so they have
So they
one
did not
individual
receive.
who have received their annual leave payment, have left and separated from the Taxicab Commission?
Correct.
Okay, and how much is that? Because then how much do you have to pay? Because it has to come from your commission,
It is less.
your funding. How much is it?
How much money or how much? I know what is owed, what she has remaining in the account in her leave time is less than what was paid out.
Okay, but you're telling me, I asked you the amount.
Off the top of my head, Senator, I can get, I don't have that.
The number.
I don't have that number, Senator. However, I can get that number and forward it to you.
Okay, Senator Joseph.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and please forward it to the chair. Thank you kindly.
So just for clarification, because I think at one point there was a little, folks were talking at the same time. So for clarification, your testimony is that you have a employee who, a former employee who has not been paid her annual leave, that's what you're saying?
That's correct.
How many employees?
One.
And when did that person leave?
They left, I'm not, I think 21.
And why haven't they been paid their annual leave?
And why have they were not paid their annual leave?
Yes.
I can't speak to why they were not paid it back then. To the best of my knowledge, when I became aware and started investigating, the documentation was submitted. Where did it fall off? I'm not sure. And at finance, a time card was still running.
So did you not provide a exit NOPA for that employee?
I did not provide an exit NOPA. I'm not sure. I think under the then director who preceded me may have submitted the exit NOPA, and for whatever reason.
So you have documentation that you received back from the Department of Finance that shows the amount of hours that should have been paid out by the Taxicab Commission for that employee?
In speaking with the director of payroll when I first recognized that that employee was still being paid.
It means still being paid.
After the individual separated, they were still being paid. I think they received approximately maybe 9 checks after they separated from the agency.
So as a director, what have you done with that information?
As a director, I sent out a letter asking, offering for that individual to pay those monies back.
So
I did not get a response
So
today.
is that former employee receiving a retirement check?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
So that's my point. So what are you writing a letter based on? There must be some circling of the information. There must be a NOPA that says, exit NOPA. That NOPA would go to the Department of Finance and they record whatever the annual leave payout is. It comes back to your office and y'all decide how you're going to pay that out. Have you verified whether or not that person is receiving?
No, I have not, Senator. I have not verified whether they're receiving their retirement check or not. But I will do so immediately.
What year you said this happened?
This happened, I think, in 21. I started 22, so it happened.
You have verified that that individual was still receiving a check and no time was being submitted at the time for that individual?
That's correct.
So no time was being submitted?
Correct. That individual was the individual who was responsible for doing time and attendance.
So why do it? Just leave it so? Just so? It just drop? You just tell them send back the money, they send it back. You know, we have an Office of the Attorney General, Office of the Inspector General, correct?
Correct.
So that's what we do?
I know I did, in fact, shared it with
And the Department of Justice?
the Department of Justice.
So you've done that?
Yes.
When?
The latter part of last year.
But you see why the taxi drivers are upset around here? Because we just doing what we want with their money? Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting. I have to recognize Senator Gittins, non-committee member, and Senator Capehart, non-committee member. Thank you for being here. Senator Johnson, is there anyone else that I missed? You could go ahead, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You said that your enforcement officer on the island of St. Croix left from August. Is it
That's correct.
So right now you have no enforcement on the island of St. Croix.
That's correct, Senator.
Have anyone applied for this position?
No, Senator, we did not put anything out there. We did not advertise for the position.
I don't understand
Well,
this.
Senator, again, in anticipation of getting our full budget for FY24, it was in that in my budget documentation. However, once the funding was reduced to only fill positions, everything was,
You know Gypsy Cab take over the tongue now, right?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
And to correct you, Ms. Gumbs, when the person leave?
August 31st.
Okay, so the person left in August, so that's not a funded position. That's what you're saying, correct?
Yes.
You sure?
If it's not a funded position,
Are you sure?
it was funded at that time.
Mr. Post Editor, can you please provide the positions that we funded for FY 2024? We really need to get that information. That information is very important because usually by the time you all get to the legislature, no one tells us that that position is vacant. Senator Gittins? No, I'm sorry, Senator Potter. You're recognized for your 5 minutes. Yes, I take it back.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was saying that you forgot me over here in the Capitol. Thank you so very much. I'm not a member of this committee. However, I wanted to lend my support for the Diabetes Registry bill. For sure, it is no question that diabetes is running rampant here in the Virgin Islands community. We all know someone who is suffering from this very deadly disease. And this is really an opportunity for us to create this registry, acquire and accumulate valuable data that will really be instrumental in hopefully changing the trajectory of diabetes here in our territory. You know, persons who are affected, persons who have to receive amputations. We all know someone. We all have a loved one who's been affected by that. So I think this is one of those things that we are required to find a way, find the funding to make this happen. This is why the people of the territory put us here. Not for bureaucracy, to find out why it can't be done, but to find a way to make it happen, because this affects real lives in our territory. So I don't have a vote here today, Madam Chair, but at the appropriate time, hopefully when it escalates beyond this committee to rules and to the full body, I'll have an opportunity to weigh in on this. We voted for it in the Committee of Jurisdiction, the Committee on Health. So I'm very interested in this moving forward. Regarding the Taxicab Commission, and I know we all know as policymakers here, we all know that tourism is the key, really is a key economic driver for our territory's economy. And without a viable, thriving taxicab industry, we are not going anywhere. We will not be making any meaningful and sustained progress. Sadly, for the last couple of years, we've been going around in circles, seemingly, when it comes to the taxicab industry. You walk down the street, you walk to the various taxi stands in the territory. You walk down by the airport, Frenchman's Reef, on the waterfront. Taxi drivers are clamoring for us to get it right when it comes to what is happening with the industry. And I wanted to ask Ms. Gumbs, first of all, thank you very much, Ms. Gumbs, for being here. What, in your view, Ms. Gumbs, is going right at the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission right now? What is happening positively and constructively that you can report here today?
Positively, the operators have been coming in and making timely payments, and they have been out there advocating for more staffers to come on board, more help, so that they would be able to upgrade our system from a manual to electronic, where they won't even have to come necessarily to the office to do their work. So in light of that, I know, for instance, when debit cards first came out, they were reluctant to be using them, and I'm happy to report that when most of them show up to make their payments, they are in fact using some form of credit card to make their payment versus the cash which they normally would do. So that is a good sign and a good thing that is happening on that end.
That is excellent. I thank you for that. Sometimes when you come here, Ms. Gumbs, it seems like you're doing this alone. I know in your testimony you're saying accompanying you today would be members of the board, members of the commission. I don't see anyone here with you, unless there's someone there on St. Croix. No, I don't see anyone there with you. And I wanted to ask you about the role of the board, of the commission. Are they functioning?
30 seconds.
Do you meet regularly? Do you discuss where we're going as far as the direction for this commission? I mean, has the board been actively engaged and involved in this, in the activities of your office? Or is it just you?
It's been just me with the assistance, the direct assistance of one board member who would physically come from time to time to assist me.
Thank you very much. I know, Madam Chair, my time was called, and I'll just wrap up. You know, I think given the magnitude of your role and function, given the fact that tourism is our #1 industry, and the role of a taxi industry, having a successful taxi industry is essential for us. Having a thriving tourism industry, I don't believe that we're, we have the ingredients to set you up on a success trajectory, and unless something significant happens, we are going to find ourselves moving around in circles, having this sort of circular discussion without any meaningful and significant outcomes. I'm sad to say that, but I think that is the direction that I see things going. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Potter. I'm going to use this opportunity to ask our legal counsel. I did tell her today was going to be an easy day. Well, wrong me. I'm going to ask our legal counsel to look at the enabling legislation that created the Taxicab Commission. Just to give a broad a perspective on the role of the executive director and the role of the board, because it just seems like there is some confusion around what the board is supposed to do. The board hires an executive director to do its biddings, and then it rolls up. You keep meetings, and you vote on the stuff, and you move on. So I'm going to ask the legal counsel to please look for that information before we end this conversation today, so we could get a perspective on. You have it? Oh, wow, thank you. Madam Legal Counsel, you may proceed. The mic of the legal counsel, please.
The commission is composed of 9 members appointed by the governor with the advice and consent of the legislature. Of the 7 members appointed, 3 members must be selected from the taxi industry, 1 from each island, 1 who are active taxi drivers who own taxi medallions, and 3 members must be from the public at large who are not government employees, and providing that 1 member each must be a resident of St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John, respectively. I think that you're asking specifically about the role of the commission when it comes to rules and regulations. And it says in the title that the commission should recommend the adoption, amendment, or revocation of rules and regulations not inconsistent with the law for the regulation and control of the automobile for hire industry in the Virgin Islands.
Let me just follow up by saying that the 35th legislature passed Act number 8735, and it reads, Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, subsection F, paragraph 11, is amended after director by inserting in whom the administrative management of the duties and responsibilities of the commission under the subsection are vested. So we can't keep saying that's a board job. The job is that of the executive director. You move the stuff up. I don't know how often you guys have a meeting, whether it's monthly, quarterly, and then they vote on it. We can't expect the board members are just what they are. They're board members. So, and that was passed on, because we recognize that this was a challenge. That was signed into law on the 24th day of July of 2023. We continue to do our due diligence, and these legislations are ignored. That's the issue. So, are you familiar with Act number 8735, Ms. Gumbs?
I am. When it first came out, yes. I was aware of it, but never followed through with it. So thanks.
All right,
I will do it from here.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Has a vendor been selected to do your digitalizations of the board, of the commission?
Yes, back in, I think, either September, late September, early October 23, the board voted and selected Omni Systems.
Okay, and so you're just waiting for
funding.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Ms. Gumbs, you said something earlier when I believe the previous speaker on St. Thomas asked about what's good. And you said that the taxi drivers are in fact paying their fees on time. But again, what is very troubling today is you have yet to be able to tell us what has been collected by the taxi drivers in the St. Thomas St. John district to date. And we have fiscal year 24. We don't know what 23 is. We don't know what 24 is. So that's not good because they're giving their money, and I'm sure some of them are listening, and they want to know, look, yeah, this is what we put into the Taxicab Commission for the year. You're asking for additional money, but you're not showing. You have to have skin in the game. In your testimony, you were very, very clear. You said that the Taxicab Commission is a semi-autonomous entity. You know what that means? That you generate revenues for the operation of your entity. That's what I mean. That's what it means. So it's not for the legislature to just give you money absent of you proving out that you've generated those revenues. We have to understand that how this works is push and pull. What's your position on that? I mean, you came before the legislature asking for money. You have yet to give us a number of like what you generate.
So, Senator, I will forward that information, the unofficial, my records that I have been keeping, to you by the end of the week.
Senator Gittens, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. I'm going to start with Bill number 35, that's 0207, that speaks to creating the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease, as I wholeheartedly support this. And I often say this is why we need to also remind all, and especially our children, of how important our kidneys are. And as they work to help remove waste and excessive fluid from the body. And it's not only the kidneys that are affected, especially in adults with chronic kidney disease in type 2 diabetes, because our heart and kidneys work hand in hand together. And as I speak here about the heart working with the kidneys, you know, I don't think I have sat here and my heart flutters so much in hearing this discussion with this dysfunctional Taxicab Commission that we're here talking about. This is why I could sit here and say, colleagues, that I have not, in the last several years, voted to fund this entity. It is totally dysfunctional. And I keep saying it is time to defund it if we're not going to address the problems that we're having in this entity. How much times do we have to say what the board responsibility is and what the director responsibility is? The board is there to create policies and procedures. The director should be running the day-to-day operations. We act like we don't know what is supposed to happen. Is this happening? We have too many boards here in the Virgin Islands that's just totally dysfunctional. And those at the helm aren't helping. Aren't helping. I can't emphasize again my total disappointment in the Taxicab Commission. And this predates you as the director. But you come here day in, day out, and no support from the board either. And of course, everything will be channeled back to the board. On my way here, I heard some questions being asked, and they were operational questions that couldn't be answered. There were financial questions that still couldn't be answered. And I'm like, just so dumbfounded. Colleagues, we need to address this once and for all. I was preempted in this. The good chairwoman just reminded me and pointed out, listen, this thing ain't just started way back in the 29th legislature. And I'm saying in the bill that I had proposed that I was preempted on, simply wanted for the Taxicab Commission to be able to identify all vehicles for hire, to include the limousines. And we could even include the Uber. And we could even include the gypsy taxi, what the good senator from Frederick spoke about. Collect all of them as vehicles for hire. What are we doing? We just keep kicking the can down the road and we say that this is our #1 industry. Our taxi industry assists our tourism industry. We got to get it together. Colleagues, again, I'm asking so that we can work together in getting this bill out so that we can change the dynamics of the Taxicab Commission, rename it, and make sure that we include those other vehicles for hire and define them as well. It is high time for us to do this, and I will not be supporting not a penny to the Taxicab Commission until we address this once and for all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. And this is a good segue because I have the act in front of me. Act number 7451. It was passed in the 29th legislature of the Virgin Islands. And I'm glad that you brought it up because I would have brought it up. So it says, and bear with me as I read this, because a lot of times future legislatures get themselves in problems because of what prior legislators do. Okay, so again, Act 7451, Section 2, Title 20, Virgin Islands Code. Let me just tell you what the short title on this act say. Because I remember when I kept the meeting a few months ago with the East End Taxi Association and all the taxi drivers in St. Thomas in particular, there was some wanted the bill to be, the Taxicab Commission to be moved, the administrative work to be moved under the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Some wanted it to stay the same. And if today is not a bearing out of the truths as to why we need to make this happen, then we don't want progressive change in the Virgin Islands. Because this is not about having board members on board alone. This is about having the appropriate leadership to run the Taxicab Commission. Calculating the little bit of money that we receive, that the taxi drivers pay on an annual basis is not rocket science. So if we cannot see that today, then I'm not sure what direction we should go in. But I'm going to read this. It says, Act number 7451. An act granting an exclusive franchise to East End Taxi Association, Incorporated, to operate all public taxi services from the Herman V. Fredericks Marine Terminal on the island of St. Thomas. And it reads in Section 2, Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Section 401, is amended by designating the existing subsection H as I and inserting a new subsection H to read as follows. And listen carefully. H, limousines are not considered automobiles for hire and are exempt from the jurisdiction of application of any rules and regulations implemented by the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission. Section 3, limousine service providers are exempt from complying with the provisions of any franchise agreements granted to taxi service providers at any Virgin Islands Marine Terminal or airport and has the right to transport passengers to and from any airport or marine terminal in the Virgin Islands. passed by the legislature of the Virgin Islands on September 19th, 2012, and signed into law on the 30th day of November 2012. This is what has created this issue. It was in the law, and it was removed. But Ms. Gumbs, you shared with us your concerns. You are aware that if you have concerns with regards to certain matters that's impacting your work, you can also contact a senator and say, listen, we need an amendment to this legislation and amend this legislation. You are aware of that? That you can send that down?
I am aware, and I have met with Senator
Okay, you
Black.
have to call a name. You are aware? Okay. So you have met with senators. Okay. Just making sure that we understand, because this legislation, 7451, is what creating the issues that we have in the Virgin Islands today with our bread and butter. And I recently saw some WhatsApp strippiness going around talking something about senators like myself having anything to do with it. In the 29th legislature, in what year? Let me see what year it was. 2012, I actually was working, 29th legislature, I actually was serving as the assistant commissioner and up for commissioner of the Department of Education. So I just want to make sure I put on the record, okay? Because when disinformation and misinformation goes out into this community, it is our responsibility to correct it. So if we have legislation to address this, it's our responsibility to do that. So I just want to make sure I put on the record. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to say good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands, my colleagues and the testifiers before us today. I want to say I'm not in this committee, but I thought it was very important to come in and weigh in. I want to say Bill number 35-0207 is very well needed, and this would assist with funding, so I'm in full support of it. Good afternoon, Ms. Gumbs. On the way here, I heard you say, or did I hear you say, that there is an audit presently going on St. Croix as we speak?
Territorially for the Taxicab Commission. Last 2 weeks, they were physically in the St. Thomas office. This week, they are present in the St. Croix office.
Okay, thank you. Do you know when the last audit happened for the Taxicab Commission?
I think it was back in 2005.
Very, very good. Did you review that audit report?
I did.
Very good. So my next question, did you address any of those issues that was stated as findings in that audit for 2005?
I have addressed and is continuing to address.
Low-hanging fruits. I'm going to go through some of your findings. Finding 1, medallion registry. Medallion registries were not regularly updated to accurately reflect transactions relating to medallions and license plates. Did you address that? Yes or no?
Yes.
The Taxicab Division does not know the location of the 13 medallions. Did you address that?
I still don't know where they are because they're not they're not in circulation, and they're not among the medallions that are stored.
You have biannual inspections, enforcement, fund disbursements. There were a lot of findings based on your 2005 audit. If I'm a director coming on board, I'm going to go at this, and I'm going to address all the findings to address those issues. There was one that even stands out to me. The Taxicab Division violated the Virgin Islands Code by using the Taxicab Fund to pay for the expenses not related to the operations of this division. Is this still happening?
No, Senator.
Thank you. As much as $25,000 was dispersed for non-division expenses. Is this still happening?
No, Senator.
The Taxicab division paid $6,901 to repair a vehicle that was damaged by a former employee who was using the vehicle for non-official business. Is anybody using vehicles for non-official business?
No, Senator.
Ms. Gumbs, my recommendation to you today, because I hear you asking for $1 million. I am going to be one of those colleagues when they say, hey, Taxicab Commission need $1 million, I am going to say, no, can do. It can happen. I think you need to look at these findings, look at them, and start addressing them. Because you coming before this body and asking for more money, it's not going to happen. Based on the 30th legislature when I was in here, 30th to now, Taxicab Commission still having the same issues over and over. And it says the commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs in his July 26, 2005 responses indicated the general agreement with the recommendation made in this report. His responses is included in Appendix 1, beginning on page 15. There is a lot of things that I see that you could use this as your guide to get back on track. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Caput, and I have to agree with you. Colleagues, we're going to close this. I don't know if anybody has a burning question, but I think we fleshed out as much as we could with regards to the taxi funding situation. It was my hope that we would have been able to come to some resolve today and come back to some numbers. We still have not received information to support the requests, and as a responsible legislator, we're going to have to get information. We need to get, I'm going to ask you through the chair, frankly, we need to get from you 5 years, yeah, I am the chair, but through the chair, 5 years of revenues dating back from 23, 5 years back, because we need to have some sort of understanding of what's happening or what has happened with the revenue collections over the years. And you said something, and I'm about to close. You said that the employee that's in the St. Thomas district in particular that's collecting the revenues, you've been asking for the information every month? That's what you said? So again, I'm gonna ask you, because you didn't answer before. Your daily collections, once that employee collects, where's your checks and balances? Once that employee collects those funds, what's the next step after that? Collection, I come to the counter, I pay, what happens after that?
So at the end of the day, those monies are deposited into the bank. When she's finished inputting those receipts into the ERP system, then I take custody of those, and I would go through each one of them to input into my spreadsheet.
So then why you can't tell us what the number was today?
Because it's not up to date. It's, you know, all the receipts have not been up to date.
Well, so
there are many days where we just cannot input, she cannot get anything into the ERP system because...
How many payments that you receive at a window on a daily basis?
It varies.
Right, but
some days they're just one payment. Other days you have maybe closer to 100 payments.
In one day?
In one day. And that's, you know, it has to do with whether it being late. Some of our months are just busier than other months.
And on average, every month, you also need to tell us how much money you collect every month. Because I have a very hard time believing that you see 100 taxi drivers in any given day. Okay? You have to provide better information. And I just don't know what direction we could. I do know. I'm the only one vote in this committee. But I just can't see us putting a budget together for you because you don't have any financial information to provide the institution of the legislature. You said that you get them and then aren't you concerned as the deep dive is collection of people's money? So you're getting that information, you're looking at those receipts, not looking at them, you keep in a spreadsheet, you ain't looking at them, and you are not concerned about that? Like on an annual basis, on a weekly, monthly collections. You're not closing out your month? No?
Some months aren't closed out for that particular month because, again, if I don't receive the data.
Why don't you receive the data?
If it's not inputted into the ERP system, I would get the receipts, collect the receipts from the clerk after they're
It don't
inputted
matter
into
what I inputted in the ERP. You are the reconciler of your information that's coming to you. Think about what I just said. You are the reconciler of the information that's coming to you. So daily, you have to have a system in your office where those receipts are handed over to you. And I do carve out time. Carve out time. What time do you close your collections?
3 o'clock.
And what time do y'all end work?
5.
So then what the problem is?
Well,
it's not different from what banks do.
Once collections are closed out, then you go to the bank. And some days it could take the hour.
You realize what you're doing is a very dangerous thing, right? Very, very dangerous. You're saying once collection are closed, it goes to the bank. Who is reconciling those receipts? What you're doing is very dangerous, I have to tell you. I have no idea what.
And that, Senator, I recognize, and why I'm placing emphasis on at least getting a fiscal person who can assist with the reconciliation and us ensuring that we can track and collect all these monies
You're talking about
daily.
$200 and something, 189, 200,000, $250,000 max. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information, and then we're going to close this discussion because you're saying that, but at the end of the day, you're ultimately responsible. Don't forget that part. You're recognized, Senator Gittins. And then we're going to close.
Thank you. And I ask you to just bear with me a quick second. Miss, through the chair to the executive director, how many board members do you have? 9?
Currently,
That's what the board is made up of?
it's made up of 9, yes.
Who are these members that we have?
We have
Start with the chair.
the interim chair currently is Elizabeth Hanson Watley. You have the secretary, Myrna George, and then you have Vincent Georges, Loretta Lloyd, Frankie Bratwett.
I'm rating.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Frankie Bratwett.
Camille Paris.
Say that name again.
Camille Paris.
That's 6. That's it?
That's it.
So you're missing 3 members?
Correct.
And how are they compensated?
They were being compensated for their
How much?
$75.
A day. So have you had any in-person meetings since COVID 2017? Sorry. Have you had any in-person meetings since the hurricanes 2017?
I can't speak to so far back, but since I started in 2022, there have not been any in-person meetings.
No in-person meeting, but how many meetings, approximately, you'll say?
They were meeting, since I started, they were trying to meet regularly on a monthly basis.
Okay, through the chair, let us know from the time you came, 2022, 2023. And without what we have going on, we're already 3 months into 2024. Let us know how many times they've met in 2024 as well. To include, well, the number of dates will tell us how many times they were paid the $75 a day stipend. Who processed these stipends?
I have not processed any since.
That's not what I asked.
I don't know who is processing them, Senator. Prior to my.
So who managing the money? You see, I heard earlier that we need to send the Inspector General in there. I heard you say that the Inspector General is in your office. I said to my colleagues, let's fund the Inspector General's office so we could really put them out there. Because this is craziness. Who processed the stipends, to your knowledge?
I would be, or the director, whoever sits in that position, would be the one to process.
So they process their own stipends? That's what I'm being told?
If the board is processing their own stipends?
Yes.
No, that's what I'm saying. The director would be the executive director.
Meaning you?
Meaning me. And
Right.
I said that I have not processed any since I have been there.
So stop right. So they haven't been paid since you've been there?
That's correct.
They have not?
That's correct, Senator.
All right. Send us that information through the chair. 2022, 2023, 2024. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Senator Gittins. I'm going to allow the testifiers to give a close and just remind Ms. Gumbs that we are approaching what is it? We are looking at approaching the third quarter of fiscal year 24, and you still have not been able to provide us with the information that we need in order to, at minimum, give you operational costs. So I guess the Office of the Governor have been supporting you, so it may look like they will have to continue to support you until they too get involved in this situation, because I'm certain that they're listening, and this is a complete mess. It's a mess. It's not good business. Is there, I was asked by one of my colleagues, is there a Toussaint on the board?
Oh, that's correct. I'm sorry. Sweeney Toussaint.
So there's 7 members on the board.
Yes. Sweeney Toussaint, I forgot.
I was asked to ask how many of the board members are taxi drivers.
So you have Mr. Sweeney on St. Croix. You have Mr. Brathwaite on St. Thomas and Mr. Paris on St. John 3.
The 3.
George's is also a taxi driver, but he have not been taxiing recently.
All right. Okay, thank you for that. I'll allow you a 30-second close. You may proceed, Ms. Gumbs. 30 seconds.
I want to thank you, Senator Fred Gregory, for allowing me to come here today to provide testimony. And I would ask of you to allow me to submit this financial information by next Friday, as I have been working with Commissioner McCurdy and his team and the Office of the Governor to ensure that we can get all these finances uploaded and inputted so we can in fact get a accurate account of all the monies that have been paid by our operators on board. Thank you, committee members and non-committee members, and it is my hope that with being able to provide the necessary financial information that you as a body would be considerate in funding our requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Emanuel. 30 seconds.
Thank you, Senator. On behalf of Director Jenifer C. O'Neill, we thank you for the invitation to testify today. We just want to remind you guys that the Office of Management and Budget recognizes that the legislation is crucial for addressing the growing health challenges posed by chronic kidney disease and diabetes in our community. Again, thank you, and we wish you all a blessed Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 15 minutes. The committee is back on the record. I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk to please call up the items in block number 2. And we will dispose of the matters that the bill that we discussed this morning at the end of today's meeting. So we'll have 3 matters to vote on this afternoon. Madam Clerk?
Block 2, Bill number 35-0246, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Promore Services, Inc. for parcels number 149-2, 159A, and 159-1 Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and parcel number 159, Remainder Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers: Ms. Lisa M. Alejandro, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement; Mr. Jean Patrick Vivot, President, Promore Services, Inc. Bill number 35-0245, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority for plot number B, Lagoon Street Complex, Frederiksted Tongue, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of 2 two-story buildings consisting collectively of 32,604 U.S. square feet or 0.6366 U.S. acre of improved land, more or less, for the operation of a community development block grant disaster relief program and for other related purposes. Invited testifiers: Ms. Lisa M. Alejandro, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement; Ms. Dana Clendenin, Interim Executive Director, VI Housing Finance Authority. This concludes the reading of Block 2 and the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And this afternoon we have Bill number 35-0246 and Bill number 35-0245. Who speaks to Bill number 35-0246? Senator Francis Jr., you recognize.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I speak on behalf of Bill number 35-0206, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Promore Services, Inc. for parcels number 149-2, 159A, and 159-1 Marine Subbase, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. This proposed measure is being offered at the request of Governor Albert Bryan Jr., and it's an agreement for 10 years with the options to renew for 2 additional terms of 5 years each. The property is intended to be used for a marine surveyor and consulting business, the operation of which is contingent on the issuance of the necessary permits. Additionally, this Promore Inc. is responsible for the removal of derelict boats as well as hazardous material from our ocean floor, and it will also be used as a base office. Bill number 35-0245, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of Department of Property and Procurement, and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority for the Lagoon Street Complex. Again, this measure is being offered at the request of the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., and the agreement is for a 15-year lease with the options to renew for 2 additional terms of 5 years each. The lease of this space provides for a VIHFA with the additional workspace needed as they expand the capacity needed to administer the monies awarded to the territory in the CDBG DRR funds and to provide critical services to the people of the Virgin Islands. I ask for my colleagues' support on these two measures. Of course, these stakeholders are here to present on these measures and answer any questions that we may have. And this is, again, leads to economic development as well as functionality within services of our government. So I ask for my colleagues' support in moving these measures forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. Who speaks to Bill number 35, that's 0245? Oh, you spoke on both? Okay, I'm sorry, I was distracted. My apologies. So we can go straight to the testifiers. And this afternoon, we have members of the Department of Property and Procurement, as well as the Department of Housing Finance Authority, as well as the president of Promar Services, Inc., and we're going to ask that they put their name and title on the record. Who is the representative for the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement? Can you please put your name and title on the record? Okay, we're not, I see Mr. Richards is in St. Thomas, and we can't hear him. Can we please recognize his mic?
Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Mr. Patrick Vivo, can you please put your name and your company on the record?
John Patrick Vivo, Promar Services.
Okay. And who represents Ms. Clendenin today?
Vala Shelford, Chief Financial Officer.
Okay, and I see that you have two other members of your team. We're going to start with Ms. Nicole Johnson.
Nicole Johnson, Manager of Rental Properties, VIHFA.
Okay, and then I also see Mr. Jason Brown. Please put your name and title on the record.
Good afternoon, Jason Brown, Construction Manager, VI Housing Finance Authority.
All right, thank you. We're going to ask the Department of Property and Procurement to start with their testimony. Our agenda is a little out of order. It says 0246 and 0245. Did you have one testimony? You have two separate testimonies.
I have one testimony for both leases, Senator.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Donna A. Fred Gregory, Vice Chair Novelli Francis Jr., Committee members Senators Blyden, Carrion, DeGraff, Fonseca, James Sr., non-committee members, central and legislative staff, fellow testifiers, visitors present in the chambers, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner of Property and Procurement of the Virgin Islands. I am testifying today on behalf of Commissioner Lisa M. Alejandro to testify on the proposed leases agreements for the St. Thomas and St. Croix District, in which both that is before this committee for consideration. I'm here today to request this committee and ultimately the full Senate's approval of the lease agreements between the government of the Virgin Islands and Promar Services Incorporated and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. These lease agreements require legislative approval in accordance with 31 VI Code subsection 205C. Their terms all commence on the first day of the month following the approval of the governor and the legislature of the Virgin Islands. As the premises owners, the Department of Property and Procurement will be required to execute all permits, licenses required for the premises. These two potential leases have provided the required lessees. Have provided the required documentation to support the processing of their lease agreements with the government, including but not limited to their business licenses and certificate of good standing. The lease agreement between Promar and the GVI for parcels number 149-2, 159A, 159-1, and 159 Remainder Submarine Base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 29,661 U.S. square feet or 0.068 U.S. acres of land, more or less. The properties will be used to operate a marine survey and consulting business and for no other purposes. The term of this agreement is for 10 years, and the lease agreement provides for 2 additional optional 5-year renewal periods. The annual rent for the above reference parcel will be $24,000 annually, payable in equal monthly installments of $2,000 during the initial term of the lease. The rent payable under the lease will be adjusted annually, including any renewal terms in accordance with the Consumer Price Index increase established by the U.S. Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics. This lease agreement will require a minimum of $1 million for all limits of public liability. The lease agreement between the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority and the government of the Virgin Islands is for plot number B, Lagoon Street, Frederiksted Town, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of 2 two-story buildings, collectively consisting of 32,604 square feet, residing on 27,731 U.S. square feet, or 0.06366 U.S. acres, more or less. The property will be used to renovate and to be repaired and renovate, and eventually to operate the CDBG-DR program and for other related purposes. The term of this agreement is for 15 years with 2 additional 5-year option periods. The annual rent of the above reference parcel will be $12 payable at $1 annually. The proposed lease agreement, these proposed lease agreements, pardon me, will allow the prospective tenants to rehabilitate and repurpose these properties, which will both be returned to the government at the end of the lease terms in much improved conditions. This concludes my prepared testimony. I'm prepared to answer any questions the committee may have on the reference lease agreements. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Colleagues, we have 3 leases before us, and we're going to go to a... I clearly forget that I speak. I totally distracted. My apologies. I was ready to hit the road with the rounds. All right. We're going to start with, thank you, Mr. Richards, again. We're now going to go to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to discuss Bill number 35-0245. You may proceed. I suspect that who speaks to this? Ms. Jenifer, you may proceed.
Good afternoon and greetings. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chair of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, members of the committee, other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Valdez Shelford, Chief Financial Officer for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, VIHFA. I'm accompanied by Nicole Johnson, Manager of Rental Properties, and Jason Brown, Construction Manager. On behalf of Interim Executive Director and Chief Disaster Recovery Officer Dana Clendenin, we appear before you to provide testimony on our lease agreement with the Government of the Virgin Islands through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement regarding the Plot B Lagoon Street Complex, Frederiksted Town, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. The property is best known as the former site of the legislature on St. Croix. The property consists of two-story office buildings which share a small courtyard. The buildings are linked via interconnected walkways. Accessible access to the second floor of the building is via a shared elevator. The VIHFA proposes to utilize the buildings to conduct our St. Croix operations, including our core and federal programs, as well as those associated with CDBG disaster recovery. Both buildings require renovations to include the complete replacement of HVAC systems, replacement of windows, and electrical system upgrades. Given the investment that will be required, and given that VIHFA already owns a 3rd building on that block located at number 1 Queen Street, Frederiksted, We are awaiting a response from Department of Property and Procurement about acquiring this property through a land swap. The VIHFA acknowledges the blighted appearance of the commercial building since being vacated by the VI legislature in the aftermath of the 2017 hurricanes. We are excited about the opportunity to renovate and eventually acquire the buildings. Along with the renovation of the Fritz Lauet's homes, which is scheduled to resume shortly, the renovation of the buildings will transform the area, which is very timely on the 40th anniversary of VIHFA's establishment as the successor to the VI Urban Renewal Board. Senators, this concludes my testimony. We remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Shillenford. We're now going to hear Ms. Shillenford. We're now going to hear from Mr. Patrick Vivo on Bill number 35. That's 0246. You may proceed with your testimony, Mr. Vivo.
Thank you. A pleasant good afternoon, Committee Chair Donna Fred Gregory, Vice Chair Novell Francis Jr., committee members, Senators Blyden, Carrion, DeGraff, Fonseca, and James Sr., legislative staff, other testifiers, and viewing audience. I am testifying today to request this committee's and the full Senate's approval of the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Promar Services, Inc. This lease agreement requires legislative approval in accordance with Title 31 of Virgin Islands Code, Section 205C. Promar Services, Inc., hereinafter called Promar, is one of only a few locally based marine services companies in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Promar performed substantial part of the work to remove derelict sunken vessels that were a blight on Crum Bay for many years. Promar profoundly performed this important task to clean our sea in an environmentally responsible manner in close conjunction with DPNR. We also conducted derelict vessel cleanups on St. Croix post-hurricanes Irma and Maria. Our company hires approximately 15 to 20 people, mostly Virgin Islanders, and provides our personnel with a variety of marine construction-related training courses, including courses in safety, hazardous materials, and Coast Guard regulatory compliance that will serve them well in their careers. The property will function as the base for Promar's marine services within Crum Bay. The lease agreement is for parcel numbers 149-2, 159A, 159-1, and 159 Remainder Submarine Base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of 29,661 U.S. square feet, or 0.680 U.S. acres. The initial term is 10 years with 2 5-year renewal options. The annual rent is $24,000.00, payable in equal monthly installments of $2,000.00, and adjusted annually for inflation in accordance with the Consumer Price Index increase established by the U.S. Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics. Currently, the property is an empty lot adjoining a cliff and contains a significant amount of trash and industrial debris. Promar's first order of business will be environmentally responsible trash and debris remediation. Subject to pertinent permitting, Promar also intends to rehabilitate the property by installing retaining walls to prevent inevitable coastal erosion and construct a small office building on the property. Promar will carry public liability coverage as required under its lease with DPP. The premises will be returned to the Government of the Virgin Islands at the end of the lease term in a significantly improved condition. This concludes my prepared testimony to this honorable body. I'm prepared to answer questions to the committee may have on this lease agreement. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Vivo. And I am still trying to figure out exactly where the property is that you are seeking to lease. Mr. Richards, can you give us a quick description? Usually we try to pull them up on the screen, but we didn't prepare for that today. So can you just give us, at least those of us that's in St. Thomas, we have a better perspective, please.
Vincent Richards from Property and Procurement. Senator, the property is on the opposite side of Crum Bay from WAPA, the Water and Power Authority.
So they are in the location going up the hill towards like where Fabian Construction is, where the concrete plant is?
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
They're on the right side of the entrance. The right side of the entrance. They're on a cliffside.
Oh, so they're on the water side?
Yes, Senator, they are.
Okay, thank you. And let me just ask you, Mr. Vivo, how long have you been in talks with the Department of Property and Procurement with regards to getting this lease moved?
It's been quite some time. I don't have the exact time frame, but approximately 2 years, maybe.
2 years.
Yeah.
Let me just ask Mr. Richards, and I know that, you know, we have a lot of projects moving in the territory, so we could see ourselves having challenges. But what is the turnaround time on leases once a individual approaches you for a lease within the Department of Property and Procurement, and the information has been provided, et cetera? What's that turnaround time?
Senator, it could be as quickly as 90 days. It can be as long as a couple of years. It all depends on how things line up. I think one thing is important to say. Mr. Vivo and Promar is currently a tenant. They're currently on the property.
No, I didn't ask you that. No, stay with me. Let's stay focused on my question. My question is, what is that timeline? And you said 90 years and as long as some other amount of years, and I'm trying to figure out, okay, so 90 days rather. And I forgot that, let me just say that I called Miss Schillingford, and I should not call her that because her and I actually were in college together, or she was a little older, but we were in college together, so I know Valdez very well, Miss Shelford. So my apologies. So please correct the record. Her name is Miss Shelford. Okay, so just going back. So you said 90 days up to X number of years. What would create, because you said depending on what's going on, what would create a 2-year situation like what Mr. Vivo has experienced?
I don't remember the specifics to it, but I don't remember the specifics.
Yeah, but what would create his? I mean, what would create anything? It doesn't have to be his. What would create a prolonged time for individuals, small businesses who want to engage in business in the Virgin Islands? What would cause a 2-year stretch before they get to the legislature?
In this regard, COVID was one, and specifically in this regard, I know COVID was one. Also, I know more in general, businesses not having their documentations prepared or up to date to be able to proceed to be able to proceed and have them scrutinized. That's usually what the holdups is.
Okay, I'm gonna accept that for today, but we have to come to the point where we remove ourselves from discussing what COVID did and what COVID did not do, because the government was in full operation in the territory, and while folks are working from home, there was opportunities for us to get things done. So I accept that for today, but we have to ramp up and move forward with these small businesses getting their businesses online. Do you have challenges with staffing? Because that could be a big issue.
Senator, the answer for that question is yes, we do. We could always use more capacity for clerical as well as legal support within our department.
Mm-hmm. Okay, understood. All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a 3. That's satisfactory. 3-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers, and thank you for your testimonies. Let me start with VIHFA, since that's a no-brainer. Basically, in terms of their lease agreement, our prior home, you know, and I think it's fitting for that agency to acquire the property in respect to what's coming on the pipeline with the CDBGTR and other processes that would be taking place. And as you stated in your testimony, Ms. Shelford, in respect to the 40th anniversary of the Urban Renewal Board, you know, so I believe it's fitting. I believe it's fitting for your agency. So definitely I will be supporting that legislation because I know the importance of the work that's going to be done in that space. Ms. Promar Service Inc., Mr. Vivot, good day.
Good day.
In your testimony, you spoke to individuals that you hire, 15 to 20 individuals, mostly Virgin Islanders. Are there any special skills required to work for you, or you can bring someone and train them to assist in this type of special work, especially as you know, our marine industry is vast, and what you do is very important to our environment. So can you speak to that briefly, please, for me?
Yeah, absolutely. The majority, being in the marine industry, the majority of our guys require some level or degree of safety training, and from that, also some Coast Guard training. We'll start guys out from the beginner level, laborers, and sometimes they'll end up being deck hands and potentially first mates. So there's a lot of promotion within the organization to take our local youth to promote them up through the ranks, especially in the marine construction industry.
Which is a critical industry and is rare in terms of that type of work. Let me ask you though, you said that in terms of the property, you're going to be installing some retaining walls to prevent coastal erosion. Have you assessed in terms of what funding it will take to install those retaining walls?
Since we're a contractor ourselves, it will be a lot better of a scenario for us than having to hire it out. We have assessed it would be approximately $250,000.
Wow. Okay, very well. And let me ask you too, in terms of you said you usually train up, and then you train up and move up within the organization.
30 seconds.
Many of those individuals that you have hired already, what type of special skills, though, that they needed to actually start working with your company?
We have guys, it ranges. So, you know, if you have a background in welding and or even if you're a fisherman, so there's a broad spectrum. If you're accustomed to working on the sea, then it's also an option. But if you've worked in the refinery previously and you have welding experience, those are also other areas that we can take guys from affiliate industries and trades and train them within the marine industry as well.
So is it usually rotating individuals or long-term?
Long-term.
Okay, very well. But thank you for what you do in respect to our environment. I think that's a very, very special skill set, and it's needed. And I want to thank both of you for your testimony. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Pardon, I forgot you're the bill sponsor, my bad. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your, he's not here. Senator James, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and pleasant good afternoon to Mr. Vincent Richards, all of the staff for Housing Finance Authority, and also PROMA. Couple things now. PROMA first. So you're going to install a retaining wall and construct a small office. So is the financing in place, and what's the timeline to have it done, the wall and the office?
Good afternoon. Financing is in place, yes. Permit pending. We should be able to accomplish that within 12 months.
Okay, so I know the Madam Chair had asked the directions, but I'm a little confused. So you come up where WAPA used to be, and the tennis court them used to be on the right-hand side, property and procurement buildings the right side. You go up that hill, they call it Peace Hill, all the way up the top where the concrete plant is. That's the route?
Just before you reach
go on the other side?
Just before you reach the concrete plant, on your right-hand side it's that jetty that's right at the edge of the cliff.
Okay, okay, good, good, good. So I'm glad to see that. Housing finance, so you got a two-story, two-story buildings, and you're gonna do some renovations, et cetera, et cetera. I'll ask you the same question. What's the timeline to start renovation, and is the funding already in place?
Yes, the funding is already in place. And as soon as we get.
Okay, great. I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
And we're waiting for the lease agreement to finalize any renovations that we have to do.
Okay, you mentioned here the renovation of the Fritz Lowett's home. Is that related or is that a separate project?
It's a separate project, but the homes are there, the rental properties that we own.
Yes, yes. I just want to make sure that those are two separate projects. Okay, so what's the timeline once you start the construction? Funding is in place. What's the timeline and how much employees are going to be moved into the new buildings?
Mr. Brown will answer the timeline.
Construction, we first have to do environmental testing
30 seconds.
For the building, just to make sure that there's no lead-based paint, asbestos, mold, or anything like that. After that, we solicit a contractor, which will take a couple of months. So the time frame for completion of renovation will probably be 6 to 8 months, depending on environmental factors. It could take up to a year.
Okay, good. Well, I am in support of both of these leases, and at the appropriate time, I will be voting in the affirmative. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, testify. I'm being asked, Proma, to give your name, Mr. Brown.
Jason Brown, construction manager via HFA.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So just be reminded, our stenographers are not in the room. So when you speak for the first time, put your name on the record, okay? And your location, your office or company. All right, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers of viewing, listening, and present. Michelle Ford, what was the cost to repair that facility, those facilities, buildings?
It could range, construction manager Jason Brown via HFA ranges from $1.5 million to $2 million for both buildings.
1.5 per building?
1.5 to $2 million, so it'd be a total of about $2 million to renovate both buildings.
Okay, thank you. And you say you already have the monies encumbered for that project?
Yes, we do.
Does it have an expiration on those monies?
No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vivat, for Procurement, I think you're already in existence. You already have a construction company. How many people do you have employed?
With Promar Services, currently it's between 15 to 20. I think about 18 right now.
Okay, and when this is completed, your project is completed, will your employment increase? Employees increase?
During the construction of the retaining wall and improvements to the property, yes.
Okay, I think now is a good opportunity to put out your hiring pitch for the type of people you're looking for and, what backgrounds they have. So if you take the remainder of the time and put out your hiring spiel and see how we could go from there,
Sure. Equipment operators, welders, anyone in the marine industry, those are all areas of potential
1 minute.
growth in our industry and in the business.
And will you be paying industry standard salaries?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. That's good to hear. I'm good. I'm in support of these two measures. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Just very quickly, so you're operating a marine surveyor and consulting business, correct?
Yes.
So what type of customers are you targeting?
So the survey portion is just a part of what we do. Marine construction is the bigger part of the services we provide. For example, if anyone's been to St. John recently, the NPS dock that's being constructed, that's one of our jobs, one of our barges over there. Here at the Ann Abramson Pier, we're in the process of constructing the tender pier that goes along adjacent to the cruise ship dock. We're doing some work in the refinery as well on their docks, so similar marine construction type projects.
So basically, marine construction type work.
Yes, Senator.
But you said marine surveyor. So give me the surveyor part of it. Let me understand that.
For example, we did the dredging for Port Authority of the Molasses Pier some years ago. Survey pre-dredge and post-dredge is part of the services that we provide.
Okay, so you do dredging as well.
Yes, Senator.
On what scale?
We did the Molasses Pier dredging some years ago.
Okay.
We've done some dredging for the refinery in previous years.
All right. Okay. Trying to see who else is in the room. Senator James Senior, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. My question goes to Promar Services, Inc., and I see where you have an initial term of 10 years. And my question to you, as far as your overall plan for the people that you have hired, because you said you have 15 to 20 people, mostly Virgin Islanders, use this opportunity as a platform to let the people of the Virgin Islands know the competitive salaries that you have and what are your goals to improve on our workforce, knowing that we do have a need for this in the Virgin Islands.
Yes, definitely industry standard, if not better. And you know, me personally being a native Virgin Islander, I've always tried to promote within the community. And I would say a large portion of all of our businesses, inclusive of Promar and others, the majority are Virgin Islanders. So I'm always trying to promote within the community.
And as far as room for expansion, I'm assuming within the first 10 years of your initial term, you plan to expand. And I'm not asking you to put your industry secrets out there, but I just want to know, as far as the Workforce Development Board, have you had an opportunity to meet with those individuals and to see where you can improve in those areas and collaborate?
Absolutely. My office has met with them, and we are constantly working with the Department of Labor, trying to hire locally and also train locally. We also have some training programs within in-house that we offer.
And quickly, if you can just explain, once this is passed by this body, once successfully passed by this body and approved by the governor, how soon can we see you moving forward with this project and to get it completed?
Well, it's been 2 years in the waiting, so we're ready immediately to make upgrades to the property and move in officially and make it the St. Thomas hub for our marine operation.
And as far as completion, if you were supposed to start today?
Within 12 months for the majority of the improvements.
I'm not sure if my
30
time
seconds.
was called. Okay, 30 seconds, 12 months. All right, and I love projects like these. I know you are a very serious business owner. I've met with you several times, and I know you're an individual who always give back to the community. And I want to say thank you for your service. As far as the one on St. Thomas is definitely a no-brainer for me. It's a simple consulting, business services, and marine survey or something of that nature. So both of these projects goes hand in hand, if I'm not mistaken, with the marine life. And I like the direction that we're heading in, and I hope and pray that this administration continue to work with you and other individuals like yourself to improve on our workforce development in the territory. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. So one of the things I know, I'm here looking at the post-audit report, and I see that this particular lease for Promar is 10 years with 2 5-year options. Do we know?
Yes, sir.
I'm always concerned when businesses invest, money for a lease that's 5 years and then have these renewal options. What is your proposed or intended investment amount to get this property up and running for you to start your business?
So as indicated, initially, roughly $250,000 to get the retaining wall up and the office structure established. And this is a long-term investment for us. Obviously, we're here to stay. I live here. This is my home. And being in the marine industry, you need a home port at each island. So in St. Thomas, that's our location. In St. Croix, we have a location here. So when our marine assets go back and forth, they have somewhere to go and station. And of course, hurricane holes come that time of year.
Got it. So, Mr. Richards, I know that we have many leases that look this way. What is the rationale? Do we have is there some sort of policies that says, based on the investment amounts, how you let your leases, or this is just an arbitrary period for these individuals who are, the lessees?
Vincent Richards, Property and Procurement. Senator, we try to work with the lessee and try to accommodate what they need and what they ask for.
So basically,
no, there's not a policy in terms of the length of the lease, but we try to accommodate what they ask for.
So, Mr. Vivo, you are satisfied with a 10-year lease with your $250 investment and 2 5 years?
Yes, we'd actually requested the term.
10 years, okay. All right, making sure. And then Department of Property and Procurement. And procurement. So I note that you have a 15-year lease with 2 5-year periods as well, right? 50, that's 25. However, the purpose of the use of this property is to operate the CDBG-DR program and for other related purposes. Disaster recovery, there's a big difference between the DR and the regular program, correct?
Yes.
So you are anticipating that there will be a need for a 25-year lease for this space? What is the investment, and define what is other related purposes?
It would really be to conduct, besides disaster recovery, our other core and federal programs.
Say that again. Speak a little closer into the mic. I'm within here.
Okay. So besides that, disaster recovery, CDBG will do all our federal programs, and also the core. Everything for HFA will be moving to that building after it's renovated.
So then, why not say that when you put in your application to the Department of Property and Procurement? Y'all are just saying the purpose is to operate the disaster recovery. So that's hence the reason for the question. So how is the lease on this property going to be paid?
From the funding that we receive, like we do collections, we have leases.
Okay, so you're saying though that you have federal related matters. Does your federal funds allow for you to pay on your operational costs for the respective programs?
Yes, it does. But one of the goals is also to move the ODR, the staff from ODR would be able to move into that building also and not have to pay any rent, because that would eat up whatever they have to in terms of admin. If we could acquire the building or lease it, then we wouldn't have to spend a lot of admin and paying rent elsewhere.
So I'm asking this question because what is the annual ask for the lease on this, for the payment? $1 a year. Wow. $1 a year. $1 a month. $12 a year. Okay. All right, buddy. So then, okay, so it's $12 a year. So, Mr. Richards, are you familiar with the lease? It's just something that just hit me. Because, you know, while the Taxicab Commission were here earlier, you know, our job is still to defend all of our agencies. And right now, Taxicab Commission seems to have a challenge. Their annual lease, based on what I saw, is $12,000. I would like for you all to go back, look at that, and assist the Taxicab Commission in a different way, because their revenues are barely $250,000 a year. The Housing Finance Authority, however, they receive federal funds. They have lots of administrative dollars to take care of their expenses. So we have to make sure that we are being fair in our delivery of when we are issuing leases for our government entities. That's why I asked the question earlier, how do we capture and determine what we're charging for these respective leases? Because I recall specifically that lease, my eyes looked at it very quickly, but it was $12,000. So that's something that we need to look back at. If they're not paying now, we probably need to make an amendment, colleagues, so we could figure out how to support the Taxicab Commission and reduce the amount ASAP. I am definitely prepared to do that. If we're going to have HFA paying $12 a year, then Taxicab Commission could pay $12 a year. Similarly but they have resources. That's the difference. They have funds that they get that they can actually pay the administrative fees. They get administrative dollars. They have funds that they could actually pay on this particular lease that's in front of us. So Property and Procurement will come to the legislature and say they don't have sufficient funding for their, what you call it, their, don't worry, I'm gonna get it. They don't have sufficient funding for their business, the business side of the operation. But when we see things like this, when we know that there are federal dollars coming into the territory and there's administrative fees, it gives somebody like myself pause. Okay? All right, I don't have any other questions. So again, I just feel like it's important for us to understand what is the rationale behind these leases as we administer them to the various businesses. I know, things move from year to year and there's administration to administration, but some sort of policy needs to be put in place as it relates to the tiers as to how we do this. And of course, the location, all of that. All right, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to all my colleagues for their support of these two measures before us. I want to say that a lot of time that as government, we walk a tightrope as it pertains to the length of time in which we are allowed to grant some of these leases. The time moves fast when there's productivity and things happening, but moves rather slow, very slow, when nothing is happening in some of these leases. So, I have been even having conversation of the late with the Department of Property and Procurement, so that we don't continue to lease for any extended period of time and tie up government properties that could be put to better use in the meantime. So hence, the flexibility of negotiating with some of the lessees to make a determination how much of a time that they will require for some of these leases. But we see a number of government property that have gotten leased and just continue to sit on those properties, so that is of concern to us as well. In regards to the federal and VIHA, I just want to caution my colleagues that we need to look at the totality of what's happening there. I think that there's some opportunity for in-kind match in some of these instances, so that we could say as a government that in fact, we're bringing some skin to the game in regards to entering into some of these leases. So we have to look at the total issues that may drive the cost of being able to do $12 or $1 a year or $12, because of course we could always speak to the in-kind that this government give up. I want to say that I look forward to the work that's being done by Promar. I believe that we continue to talk about this whole blue economy and really the development of the blue economy, and here is some real opportunities for training and exposure of our young people. And I know that Mr. Vivo made mention about local, specifically because I think that he wanted to illustrate the fact that we do have local business that's here that could provide some of this work. So, while you're here, you pay your taxes here, you shop in all grocery stores and buy gas and everything locally here, that you want to be given some consideration when we have all of these big projects going on, that we need to look a yard before we look abroad. Correct?
Absolutely.
Very well. So, again, I just want to really say thank you, and I want to commend the post-audit report. I think that, certainly they have done their due diligence in looking at some of these lease requests over the last recent months and really, narrow in and make some suggestions to the committee in terms of moving some of these leases forward and looking at the whole big picture rather than it being myopic. In terms of improvements, once you make the improvement, you can't go with it. So the government benefits from whatever improvement is made at the back end of this. So thank you to my colleagues for their support thus far in language. I look forward to your support in your vote. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. So I think we've exhausted all of our questions for this particular round block. We're going to allow the heads to close. We're going to start with you, Ms. Shelford.
Thank you, Senators, for your consideration in allowing VIHFA to lease the property at Plat B, Lagoon Street. And then I want to also thank the staff and management at VIHFA for being committed. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Vivo.
Thank you very much for your time today, and we appreciate your consideration of leasing the property in mention. As mentioned, our intention is to provide services locally here as a local contractor, utilizing the local resources and workforce that we have to offer. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for, being a small business here in the Virgin Islands. And we know that you're a Virgin Islander, but it's very important that Virgin Islanders, as they do the work, that we support them. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I missed Mr. Richards. I'm sorry. Mr. Richards. 30 seconds, and then we're going to hear, there's a motion from the bill sponsor. Mr. Richards? Can't hear you. Please recognize the mic. Please recognize the mic. We can't hear you, Mr. Richards. St. Thomas. Oh boy. Oh boy. Senator Fonseca, could you speak into the mic very quickly so we can see whether or not it's an issue? Can you turn on the mic of Senator Fonseca? Because we are about to make a vote, and we want to make sure that senators are able to vote in their voice. I guess not. So, Mr. Richards is basically saying thank you to the committee, because we want to release the folks. He's basically saying thank you to the Committee on Budget and Appropriations and Finance, and he's going to take the questions or concerns that we raised today under advisement, and when he comes back to the committee, he'll be able to say this is what they've looked at. We want to thank the testifiers. We're going to go to a recess, of course, because we have to get this situation resolved with the audio, because we're about to take a vote So we're going to thank the testifiers, and we look forward to the work that you're doing in your respective areas, and we'll come back in 5 minutes. Hopefully we'll be able to resolve this issue. Could you try to speak in the mic one more time, Mr. Richards? Recognize the mic of Mr. Richards, please. Let's see if it works. Yeah. No, it's not. Okay, so the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 5 minutes. The committee is back on the record. Do I have a motion? Senator Francis Jr., recognize for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0245, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of Department of Property and Procurement, and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority for plot number B, Lagoon Street Complex, Frederiksted Town, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of two-story buildings consisting collectively of 32,604 U.S. square feet or 0.6366 U.S. acre of improved land, more or less, for the operation of a community development block grant, disaster relief program, and for other related purposes, be approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and sent to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0245 has been properly moved by Novelli Francis Jr., seconded by Marvin Blyden, Senator Giovanni James.
Second.
Second, Senator Fonseca. Senator DeGraff. There are no objections. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Noble E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Madam Chair, 6 yeas, 1 absent at a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0245, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority for plot number B, Lagoon Street Complex, Frederiksted Town, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of two-story buildings consisting collectively of 32,604 U.S. square feet or 0.6366 U.S. acre of improved land, more or less, for the operation of a community development block grant disaster relief program and for other related purposes, has been favorably approved by the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Do I have a motion? Senator Francis Jr., recognize for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0246, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Promar Services, Inc. for parcels number 149-2, 159A, and 159-1, Submarine Base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and parcel number 159, Remainder, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, be approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and sent to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting and action. I so move.
Bill number 35-0246 has been properly moved by Novelli Francis Jr., seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Javon James Sr., Senator DeGraff,
Second.
Senator Reese Fonseca. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Noble E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Madam Chair, 6 yeas, 1 absent in a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0246, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Promar Services, Inc. for parcels number 149-2, 159A, and 159-1, Submarine Base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and parcel number 159, Remainder Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, has been favorably approved by the Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance and will be forwarded to the Rules Committee for further consideration.
Point of information. Point of information.
We're going to go ahead with the point of information. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your point of information.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in view of the testimony we received from OMB in Ms. Shanisha Emmanuel instead for the OMB Director, Jenifer O'Neill, where they made the statement that we actually have a stringent situation, I am going to accept the recommendation and we will make the consideration for $75,000 to be appropriated, and we will so move once the bill is voted on favorably in the Rules Committee.
Thank you.
So I just want to inform my colleagues of that position. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I offer amendment number 35-665, an amendment to bill number 35-0207. Bill number 35-0207 is amended as follows. A, insert stroke after disease wherever the name of registry appears. B, on page 3, line 1, after dialysis, insert patients diagnosed with a stroke. C, redesignate subsections D and E as E and F in section 122 and insert a new subsection D as follows. D, the data concerning each diagnosis of a stroke must be collected and used to conduct epidemiological surveys of stroke cases in the Virgin Islands. The data collected must include 1, each individual's date of diagnosis, 2, age at the time of the diagnosis, 3, the type of stroke that was diagnosed, 4, the individual's family history regarding risk factors for stroke, 5, the individual's height and weight, 6, the individual's sex, race, ethnicity, and residential address, and 7, the individual's health insurance, medical coverage, or lack thereof. D, on page 4, line 12, insert diabetes. After diabetes, insert stroke. E, on pages 4, 5, and 6, and 7, insert stroke after kidney disease wherever it appears. I so move.
Second.
Amendment number 35-665 has been properly moved by Senator Novalee Francis Jr., seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Giovanni James, Senator Ray Fonseca. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Do I hear a motion? Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move bill number 35-0207 as amended, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code Part 1, adding Chapter 6A to create the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease and Diabetes Registry, be voted upon favorably by this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0207, as amended, has been properly moved by Senator Ray Fonseca, seconded by Senator Novalee Francis Jr., Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Giovanni James, and Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Norville E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr.
Yay.
Yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory. Yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr. Yay. Madam Chair, 6 yeas, 1 absent at roll call.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0207, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code Part 1, adding Chapter 6A to create the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease and Diabetes Registry, has been favorably approved, as amended, has been favorably approved by the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. All right, colleagues, we have exhausted today's agenda. I just want to take this opportunity to thank the central staff employees and, of course, my employees for ensuring that we were able to have a successful meeting today, and most definitely my colleagues for the robust conversation that we had around the matters surrounding the Taxicab Commission. The issues with the Taxicab Commission and its financials and operations is something that, as leaders in the territory, I don't know that we could have them come before the institution of the legislature a 6th or 7th time with the same messaging. So it seems like we have some other work to do. Although we've done so much work behind the scenes, I'm calling on the executive branch as well as the members of the board to really drill down on finding out what is happening internally with the Taxicab Commission. There is, based on the information that was shared, there's 6 or 7 board members, so there is a reasonable complement of individuals that's sitting on that board. The support needs to be there. This is not only a money issue, because as we spoke earlier, we did some further drilling down, and while they had the funding available to them in fiscal year 23, fiscal year 21, and other fiscal years, I recently learned that they have not paid the $12,000 to property and procurement. So, I'm not sure what the management issues are there, but it's something that really needs attention and needs to be resolved. We cannot continue to, walk through the operations of this government sleeping, and that's basically what seems like is happening in that particular organization. Senator Francis Jr., you recognize your point of information?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Personal privilege?
Personal privilege.
Okay.
I just wanted to take this opportunity to say happy birthday, heavenly birthday to my father, Norville Francis Sr., and just to say, Pops, continue to rest in eternal peace. Love you. Take care. See you on the other side. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you for that, and I'm certain that if your dad was here today, he would be very, very extremely proud of you. All right, colleagues, we've exhausted our today's meeting. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned for its March 19th, 2024 meeting. Thank you all again.